Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Strain? Here. Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Ms. Zolotel?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Here.
Mr. Dyson? Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on, Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Tom Roth, can you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Moving on, minutes of previous meetings. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the minutes of the regular assembly meeting of April 9, 2019, the regular assembly meeting of April 16, 2019, and the regular assembly meeting of April 23, 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Any opposition to approval of the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. Moving on to Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a moment to recognize that we're on the traditional land of the Dena'ina Athabaskan and say Chinan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to Assembly Chair's report. I don't have anything to report other than happy holidays to everyone. Moving on to committee reports. I'll get started on this end this time. Mr. Weddleton?
Nothing to report, and also happy holidays, and it was a good year for raspberries.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the Ethics and Election Committee meeting for December is scheduled for December 25th. We're going to cancel that meeting. We are going to have a meeting early in January on Wednesday, January 8th from 10 to 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I have a couple of items, 2 moments of personal privilege and a brief report on the Enterprise Utilities Oversight Committee. So that committee met. We had a discussion about the Port of Alaska modernization project, the value engineering on the petroleum cement terminal, and we have invited the user group on January the 24th for a 2-hour work session to have another deep dive into the report that was delivered to us by Ascent, and then a review by the administration, and that conversation will hopefully set forward the Assembly's work plan on the port for the rest of the year. And so we're looking forward to the beginning of that conversation. And now for the first moment of personal privilege, I've been asked by the Muscular Dystrophy Association to have a brief moment at the microphone.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to come here today to thank the municipality as well as the community of Anchorage. For those that don't know, the Muscular Dystrophy Association, we serve 140 families throughout the state, and we fight muscular dystrophy, ALS, and related diseases. We have an event that a lot of you probably know is our Fill the Boot event. And one thing you may not know is our Fill the Boot event is only 3 hours. Traditionally, cities do it for 8 hours a day for 4 to 5 days maybe. And this year we finished in the top 10 for Fill the Boots in the nation. So that's competing with big cities like Seattle, Tacoma. So I wanted to come and say thank you for all the support, because this event could not be successful without the support from the top down. There's not many cities where the mayor is out in turnouts with the chief filling the boot. That is not something we see everywhere. And it's remarkable, and each year my MDA asks, how does Anchorage continue to do better and better each year. I never know what to say other than the people of Anchorage and the support that we get. This year, if you wanted to know, we raised over $121,000 in 3 hours. So I have a quick little thank you for Mr. Constant, because he is out with the mayor filling the boot. He's been out for a couple of years. And then, Mr. Mayor, I have a thank you for you as well. And so I don't want to take too much time, but thank you.
Can you tell us your name?
Well, oh, sorry, my name's Heather Johnson.
Yeah, there, just for the record.
Yeah, sorry, I've been with the company for 5 years. So I've continued to see this program grow, and it's just truly amazing what the city does.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And then one last moment of personal privilege. I would like to invite the Carpenters down who asked for a moment to speak before the assembly.
So my name is Dustin Swadek. I'm a representative with the Carpenters Local 1281.
Kevin Mackey, I'm a representative for Local 2520.
We wanted to take a moment and appreciate the Assembly members for all they've done this year. Some favorable things have happened for the working class, so a small token of appreciation. Nothing like the plaque that you just received, but something small gesture of thank you, so we appreciate it.
We attached some pins for you from our respective locals so you can wear it if you'd like to show support. We'd like to thank you for the support you've shown us.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing for me.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Nothing for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. The audit committee met. Amongst the things there was signing an agreement with BDO for the next year's audit. It's an outfit I think's been with us a dozen years. We asked them to take a look at cost overruns on contracts, and that's within their purview, and I do not know that there's a problem there. We also have received the city's continuity recovery plan for the whole IT system, and our auditor said it looks pretty complete and they've done a pretty good job. We've gotten a copy for each of the committee members to look at, and I would encourage you all to do that. We did discuss a test of the system, and and Alex, at least persuaded me that administration's very interested in this working very well, and we ought not to be worried about them trying to sneak something past us. And they're going to have a real-world test sometime here when the right people can be there and be the least disruptive. I've asked that they invite at least one of us and somebody from our auditor's office, and we'll see if they're going to do that. I'd be surprised if they don't. And then I think we still have before us the approval of the workload for the audit committee, and I want to remind you all that if there's particular things you know of that should be audited or looked at, we have a fair idea when the auditor's office workload is the least scheduled stuff, and there might be some room to do some other work. Because those people are such good planners, they've got their least workload during the salmon run and moose season, which shows you how thoughtful of people they are. And that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I think just one additional note. I believe the plan for internal audit is to get the 2020 audit plan before the Assembly for approval at the meeting of January 28th. Yep. So folks still have some time if they want to have additions to the audit. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and move on to addendum to the agenda. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Vice Chair? Yeah.
Okay. Late on the table items, December 17, 2019. I will read these items as there's no glossary. There are 6 items. The first, 9B1 Exhibit 2, Municipality of Anchorage Assembly Priorities 2019 to 2021. Item 9B6, AR number 2019-463, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly submitting a government agency proposal for alteration of the street name Yosemite Drive to Wolf Den Drive in accordance with Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.03.185. Item 9B7, AR number 2019-464, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a contribution from the area-wide general fund Assembly Department in an amount not to exceed $35,000 to the Miscellaneous Grants Fund Assembly Department for consulting services. Item 9F1B, AO number 2019-148S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the Municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to authorize an alcoholic beverages retail sales tax and dedicating the net receipts revenue to health and homelessness-related purposes requiring voter approval to increase the maximum tax or change the dedicated uses and related matters. Item 9F13, AR number 2019-460, corrected, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount of $151,204 to the area-wide general and various service areas capital improvement projects, funds from premiums on the sale of the 2019 General Obligation Bond Series A for the payment of bond issuance costs in an amount of $146,426 and for contributions in an amount of $4,778 from the same area-wide general and various SA SIP funds to their respective area-wide general and various SA operating funds for future debt service payments. And the final item, 9F16.B, a graphic, Anchorage's criminal justice clogged and leaking pipe.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Okay, seeing none, that motion is approved. Consent agenda items numbered 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go down the dais and see what members want to pull. I'll start on this side with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No items to pull. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I'll go ahead and let Ms. Altel. There's one we're both interested in pulling.
Okay. Mr. Constant.
I have no items.
Okay. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go back to Mr. Dyson.
No items.
Okay. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 3 items, 9B1, 9 Bravo 1, item 9B2, 9 Bravo 2, and item 9D Delta 2.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
No items, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9A1 and 9B5.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
9A2.
Thank you. Ms. Strain.
No items.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go back through the list. So we have 9A1 and 2, 9B1, 2, and 5, and 9D2. Any additional items? Okay. Seeing none. Madam Vice Chair?
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Okay, seeing none, that motion is approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A through E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 9F. So if you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, that action is now complete. I'm going to go ahead and go through all the items that were just pulled, starting with item 9A1, resolution number AR 2019-439, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jasmine Smith for her devoted service to her community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jasmine Smith for her devoted service to her community. Whereas Jasmine Smith is a single mother of twins who launched Baby Vend, a cutting-edge, patented, and trademarked vending machine company in Anchorage that sells baby products. Her vending machines are being installed at airports and other locations across the country. And whereas Jasmine is a multifaceted entrepreneur who was named a 2017 Top 40 Under 40 by the Alaska Journal of Commerce, she founded the Business Boutique, a small business development firm that handles everything from business plans to taxes. And now she's creating a new offering called Umoja Co-working Space. The co-working space is named after the Swahili term that means unity and is one of the 7 core principles of Kwanzaa, a week-long annual celebration held in the United States and other nations of the African diaspora in the Americas to honor the African heritage in African American culture, which is celebrated from December 26th to January 1st annually. And whereas as a member of the Association of Accredited Business Consultants, Jasmine organizes monthly networking events for small business operators. She also facilitates the Alaska Black Business Expo at the Denina Center and the annual Business Development Resource Fair at the Northway Mall. And whereas through the Alaska Music Leadership Association, Jasmine works to help local entertainers develop their professional careers. She helps coordinate the entertainment for the Anchorage Pride Festival and the Mountain View Block Party, and helps organize the Alaska Hip Hop and R&B Awards and the AK Music and Entertainment Expo. And whereas when she's not teaching classes through the University of Alaska Anchorage's Small Business Development Center, organizing, developing, and consulting, helping to organize the Anchorage Pride Festival, serving as an officer with the NAACP Anchorage, or serving as the president of the Mountain View Community Council, Jasmine is busy raising her adorable twins. And whereas businesswoman, community leader, teacher, mentor, social justice activist, mother, Mountain View Community Council President Jasmine Smith does it all and does it with grace, passion, and dignity. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Jasmine Smith is recognized, honored, and thanked for her devoted service to her community and to the people of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 17th day of December, 2019.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I really, really appreciate this. I think, like they said, I stay pretty busy, but I think everything I do is just rooted in, first and foremost, my twins, who keep me busy, and just my love for the community, and hoping that we have more opportunities for kids as they grow, regardless of where they're from. So I really appreciate you guys for thinking about me. This was definitely a surprise. Chris got me. He was asking questions, and I didn't know what was going on. So I appreciate this, and it means a lot. And thank you. You guys want to say anything? Okay, here, real fast. Okay. Say something. Say thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay, hold on. That's the beauty of twins. One more. Okay. Thank you. Come on, guys.
All right, thank you. Moving on, we now have before us item 9A2, resolution number AR 2019-435, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Chris Erickson for her over 16 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
I am reading. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Chris Erickson for her over 16 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Chris Erickson began her over 16-year career with the municipality of Anchorage in May of 2003 as a PeopleSoft HRMS/payroll functional analyst with the Employee Relations Department. And whereas her public career has spanned the administrations of Mayors George Wirch, Mark Begich, Acting Mayor Matt Clayman, Dan Sullivan, and Ethan Berkowitz. And whereas Chris's experience, attention to detail, strong work ethic, and pleasant demeanor aids her in her work. She helped implement several new software systems for the MOA, including NeoGov, Kronos, and many others, all of which have brought tremendous value and benefit to the MOA. And whereas Chris has an amazing attention to detail and a way of finding solutions no one else can, through all the projects she has been a part of, she has been instrumental in analyzing and documenting the resources needed by her colleagues in both the Information Technology Department and the Human Resources Department, all while facilitating positive results for the municipality. And whereas Chris's dedication to ensure all projects she has been a part of bring value to the municipality have brought her long hours and many missed weekends. And whereas Chris is a great coworker and team member, she is always willing to help and does everything to the best of her abilities. She has an amazing ability of making others understand and feel welcome. This earned her respect during her years of service with the municipality. And whereas Chris will be leaving her position as Senior Payroll Analyst on December 31, 2019. Therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Chris Erickson is recognized, honored, and thanked for her devoted service to the municipality of Anchorage and its employees. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 17th day of December, 2019.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity to offer my heartfelt thank you to the municipality for the opportunities and benefits I've received and enjoyed. I've never taken them for granted, and I have been and continue to be extremely appreciative. It is quite the honor to be recognized in front of the Assembly and be considered an asset to the municipality. Finally, I'd like to offer my fellow colleagues across the municipality much success and good fortune in the years ahead. I'm also aware of some current and former colleagues that are currently experiencing special challenges right now. I would like to offer them my sincere best wishes for their future and hope they take very, very good care of themselves. I stumbled across an old quote a couple of weeks ago that has helped me clarify some thoughts as I enter into the next chapter of my life. Yesterday is history. You can't do much about it now. Today is the true gift, so don't take it for granted too much. And tomorrow is a mystery, and I've always liked a good mystery. Again, thank you for this opportunity and recognition.
Thank you. Do members of payroll want to come up and then we'll do a picture?
My colleagues.
Mr. Whittleton?
Just while everyone's up there, is this the payroll team? You all do payroll?
Not all of us.
No,
Oh.
That depends. It depends.
Well, you know, we are all very aware of payroll problems with SAP. Thank you so much for all it's got to be an amazingly difficult job you do. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. We now have before us item 9B1, resolution number AR 2019-436, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing and adopting the Anchorage Assembly's vision and goals for 2019-2021. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve and substitute Exhibit 2 for Exhibit 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I just want to quickly thank all of the members for your input during the creation of this document, and also want to acknowledge the Assembly members who first explored this idea in 2017, members Eric Croft and Fred Dyson. We are a few years late, but better late than never. Lastly, I want to thank Lori Wolf for her efforts facilitating meetings with this unwieldy bunch. With the adoption of this document, I hope members will continue to engage in this process as we explore both district-specific as well as municipality-wide actions. So again, thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, I think this is a good thing, too. I think there's a lot of perception that, we operate as a block. The Assembly does X. And we don't. We're really 11 individuals going all different directions, and we're very limited on how much we can coordinate by open meeting laws. So to have worked on this all together and open and said, okay, well, here's some broad themes that we all pretty much think are priorities and is important. It's important for us, and I think for the public, too. And, as I look at different things I'm working on, I'm saying, oh, how does it relate to these themes? I'm starting to get that in my head. So, hopefully we'll get more done, I think, more expeditiously. So this is very good. I'm glad you did this. Thanks.
Thank you.
I guess we did it. Mostly Felix pretty much led the way, so thank you.
We did it. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to say, I might be one of those unwieldy members that the chairman was referring to, but that's okay, because all in all, I'm just really pleased at the responsiveness of the chairman. One of the things that I tend to harp on a lot is Chugiak and Eagle River. And there were just certain things in this particular document that didn't necessarily apply to us, or things were just generally talked about Anchorage in general. And so I harped on that enough, and Mr. Rivera did a great job of trying to fine-tune all of these, so it's really more inclusive and really does apply to the municipality as a whole. And I really appreciate that effort, and just wanted to say that, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
There you go. Yeah, and I too appreciate how you've reached out to others, including crabby old guys. And when I first joined this body 2.5 years ago, I went to the members and said, what do you want to accomplish? What do you want your time here to mean? And so on. I got an outstanding, overwhelming silence. And it's the first elected body I've ever been a part of where people didn't seem to be willing to sit down and say, here's the kind of things I'm interested in, and so I could find common cause. So, Mr. Chairman, you've accomplished in a few months what I couldn't do in 2.5 years, and hats off to you. A good job and a necessary one, and thank you.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That is approved 11-0.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constant?
Point of privilege, I would note that it's baffling to me that a body of politicians, political people of all stripes, just unanimously supported a position of our vision, and that is a credit to you and the body. That's extraordinary in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We now have before us item 9B2, resolution number AR 2019-440, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of addressing dangerous street crossings for school students and declaring its intent to work with the Anchorage School Board, Anchorage School District, and Municipality of Anchorage Traffic Department to develop a plan of action and improve student walkability to schools. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we first saw a draft of this resolution about 3 months ago at our joint meeting with the school board, and the main driver for this resolution actually, well, there were several. We've had people testify about the crossing near Service High School, but the really big one has been the intersection of 100th and Victor, which I understand may be the most complicated four-way stop intersection in the municipality of Anchorage. And in the time since we've been talking about this, it's been about a year that it's come up. There was a really great discussion at the Bayshore Clat Community Council about a month and a half ago, and I wanted to recognize a few folks who've been instrumental in bringing forward this issue, not just 100th and Victor, but just the issue of dangerous street crossings, especially when they're on school routes or routes that students take. And one person who's been instrumental is April Eide with the Alaska PTA, and Stephanie Mormillo in traffic, Bob Hoffman at the Bayshore Clat Community Council, who's the president, and several folks from ASD, Tom Roth, Deb Engels, and Heather Phelp. And so I really thank them for the work and also the help of the body in moving this conversation forward. And I actually wanted to make one change on this resolution. There's an error on page 1, line 21, where it says Central Council PTA. That should be just Alaska PTA.
Is that a motion?
Pardon?
Is that a motion?
For a resolution, do you...
Move to amend, right?
We need, okay, yes. Yep. So that is a motion to amend line 21 by striking Central Council and replacing it with Alaska, so that it reads Alaska PTA. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote on the amendment?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 9B5, resolution number AR 2019-459, a resolution adopting the 2020 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a small amendment on page 7. At the end of the paragraph, this does not have line numbers, about Alaska Psychiatric Institute governance structure. The end of the first paragraph, I'd like to add the words, "and should not be privatized," period.
Can you repeat what page you are on?
Sure, page 7 of the document. It was in the addendum, the most up-to-date version.
Thank you. So page 7, upper section of that page. Can you repeat the amendment?
Sure. At the end of the paragraph, that the heading is Alaska Psychiatric Institute governance structure. The end of the last sentence there, add the words, "and should not be privatized," period.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that? Okay. Okay. Seeing none, members may proceed to... Oh, Ms. Quinn Davidson? Okay. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote on the amendment?
Yes.
That is passed 8-3. Any further discussion? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to amend it slightly as well. My proposed amendments are on page 6. At the bottom in the Tobacco 21 section under the heading Health. And the reason for my amendment is just to clarify that we already have Tobacco 21 legislation in Anchorage. So the way this is worded is supporting statewide Tobacco 21 legislation. So it says we support it, but to me, it could read as if we don't already have that law on the books. So I just want to propose 2 small amendments that would make it more clear. The first is at the end of the first sentence in the parenthetical where it says, to make it commiserate with state minor consuming laws, I'd like to say, and current muni law. That speaks to the youth penalty that we do not have as well. And then the second change I'd like to see is in the second sentence. It would read, the Anchorage Health Department recently passed an ordinance that raised the legal purchasing age, blah, 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 versus that we support raising the legal age in Anchorage. We've already done that.
Second.
So the first sentence would read that we support it statewide. Second sentence would say we've already done this in Anchorage, and then it would talk about the benefits.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the second part of the amendment. Was that changed to say that the assembly?
The assembly. Yeah,
Okay.
Anchorage Assembly. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And actually, I'm sorry, now that I see that, I mean, we could say the health department supports, I mean, we could include them if the administration wants to. I just wanted it to be clear that the assembly had passed that with the health department's support, so.
Thank you. So let me just make sure before we move on. Do we have the amendment, Madam Clerk? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a difference between the word law and code, right? So the Anchorage law or the Anchorage code.
It's the same. Yeah, but did I say law and you want to say code? Sure, yeah, code is good.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote on the amendment?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the main motion. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 9D2. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 831-2019, Women's Commission Appointments, Valerie Chadwick, Jacqueline Kaysen, and Monica Elkington. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Do we have anyone that is about to be appointed potentially here in the audience? Hi, can you come up?
Sure. I have one of my daughters here with me, another one who's back here.
Oh, great. I understand little birdie tells me that it's your birthday as well today.
It is also my birthday, yeah.
Great, happy birthday.
Thank
you for being here with us. Did you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Monica Elkington. I'm actually one of the municipality's domestic violence prosecutors as well, so I'm happy to be part of this commission.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I'm curious why the motion was moved to accept. I think the motion is to approve, isn't it?
So the clerk advises me that it should be approved. Do the mover and seconder agree?
Yes. Yes. Move to approve.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yeah, I was just wondering, since Monica works for the Muni, whether there's any sort of conflict there, or if someone could remind me on the rules for serving on commissions.
Sure. Does someone from legal want to? I will also note that while I worked as an employee of the municipality, I also did serve on a commission.
Through the chair, I don't have the provision of Title I in front of me right now, but my recollection is that it has to be something that's completely different from your area where you work at the municipality. I can give you more specific detail if it's critical, but in this instance, I think because Ms. Elkington works in an area that's essentially distinct from where her input would be on this commission, there isn't an issue, and there is a separate requirement that if there's any matter before any board or commission person, any member of the municipality, volunteer commission member, or employee, or assembly member, or elected official, is required to declare conflicts and recuse themselves from actions if it has anything to do with their own employment.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah. I assume, I'm quarreling a little bit with your language, I assume that there's only a conflict if there's a benefit to the employee. The terms you use said there was distance and so on, but there's nothing that precludes this lady or any other one taking their expertise that they've learned on the job and experience and using it for the benefit of the commission. Am I correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. There's nothing that precludes you from learning. As long as it's not a violation, there's a separate ethical obligation in Title I regarding keeping confidential, matters learned in the course of municipal employment, but I think that's not an issue here.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for volunteering, and happy birthday again.
Thank you.
With that, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Constant votes yes. That item is passed 11-0. That completes our consent agenda. Moving on to item 11A. Resolution number AR 2019-343S1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly declaring its opposition to the use of privately owned or operated prisons for detention or incarceration in the municipality or of any Alaskan inmates. We have a motion already on the floor regarding the S1 version. I believe it's a motion to approve. Correct. So the clerk advises me that the motion currently on the floor is to approve the S1.
Move to approve the S2 version.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a small amendment. Starting at after the third whereas, I would like to add a fourth whereas that reads, whereas the municipality is currently required to pay the state of Alaska $2,928,000 annually for its use of its correctional facilities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Did you want to speak to that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think it's good to give context as to why we're bringing this and how it affects what the municipality is doing. And $2,928 is not an insubstantial investment into the state of Alaska's correctional facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Olatil, do you have that amendment in writing? Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote on the amendment?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any discussion?
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I just want to note on the record, because this has been asked of me multiple times, that it is just pure serendipity that Representative Zach Fields and I dropped a bill/resolution on the same subject that we are debating at this time. So as I told the body at a previous meeting, I've been working with Mr. Gates and the Department of Law for some time to trying to find a concrete way to ban private prisons in the municipality. In light of that and recent news from the Department of Corrections, I decided at minimum that we should make this statement as a body, and I want to thank both Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Dyson for weighing in to, I think, this more appropriate S2 version, and I appreciate the work put into this. Also want to clarify, because this has come up a couple of times, that this S2 version, as did my original S version, did clarify the intent of this regarding private halfway houses. They are not included in the intent of this resolution. It's just simply for private prisons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I appreciate this is, the extra work has improved this quite a lot since the original version, but, I just have a great faith in private enterprise, and in my reading on this and talking to people, there's a real push against, private for profit is bad, and it continues to be convoluted with out of state, which brings up two different issues. And here, you pulled every bit of the private for profit comments out except for this one. I appreciate that, but it's contracting with private for profit prisons does not save money and instead has increased social costs as inmates placed in out of state facilities. So again, it's convoluted with the issues of out of state facilities, and I think that's your key issue, or the key issue is sending people out of state is where the problem is. And but we do amazing things through private enterprise. Some certainly fail. Most small businesses fail in a few years. But to just say, take that off the table, private enterprise can't do this. I think we harm ourselves. I think there are probably private businesses that could do amazing prisons. So I won't support it because of that small thing, though I understand the notion on out of state. Shipping people out of state has been a problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would just note that there are some industries. No, there are some functions of government that government should provide. We should not be exporting for profit, keeping people in incarceration, and we should not be supporting that at the state level. It is inhumane, and it has proven to be the place where when profits are the motive, suffering happens. And I can tell a personal story. I had a friend who was an immigrant who got stuck in a private prison in Washington, and they served them dinner made from the leftovers, scraped off of the plates, served from the lunch meal. And that was a common practice in that facility, and that was where they made their profits. And so I'm strongly in support of this resolution.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just one final comment, and that is to slightly agree with Mr. Weddleton in that, yes, private business is a good thing. I don't think we disagree on that. But specifically, when you narrow down the scope, which this resolution does, to private prisons, there is extensive research, and I invite Member Weddleton to explore said research that pretty clearly outlines that private prisons are not cost-saving, and they do not fall in line with the Alaska Constitution when the primary focus is a principle of reformation when it comes to our criminal administration. And then want to also remind the members, it's been a while, but in 1997, South Anchorage Assemblymember Bob Bell pushed to have a public vote against private prisons, and that was approved at a margin of 2-1. So the Anchorage public in 1997 did weigh in on private prisons and overwhelmingly said no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing the resolution. I think this is really important, and I really appreciate that historical context for Anchorage. While Mr. Weddleton has great experience with private enterprise and private businesses, I have great experience with this issue in advocating for offenders who were sent out of state in their previous iterations by the state of Alaska with significant disabilities and mental health needs, and the outcomes aren't great. And I don't want to see our municipal dollars in any way contributing to something that we know not to have the best outcomes for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Weldon and I share a great enthusiasm for private sector and economic freedom, and our country, culture, and economy is a test case for letting people loose to do what they can do best and serve their fellow man. I also agree with, and it's a bit, and that's the reason why Ms. Kennedy and I took some of the more pejorative language out of this thing. And it is a bit unfortunate that the out-of-state and the private sector are together in this, because they are separate issues. I happen to agree with what we're saying here. And Mr. Constant is right. Well, first of all, it's a logical inconsistency to reason from a single event or to the general, and we all do it some, but it's a logical fallacy. But indeed, this is one of those factors it's one of those examples of what only government generally can do well. And because what we're trying to do in the prison is reform or help reform those who can be. And the statistic shows that about 2/3 of them, there's a chance of a third that it's never going to work. That's the data. But it's very hard for us to issue a contract to a contractor where their goal is the reformation of people's innermost being. And the record of how that works takes years. You know, how long, if you're going to give them an incentive to reduce recidivism, over what period? It's just the managing by objectives doesn't work well. And so, yeah, so I'm in favor of that. It's hard for me to believe, Mr. Chairman, that the private prisons around the world or our country are not making their only way of competing basically is on price, and the fact that they stay in business means that they must be able to deliver what their client wants. And so I find that the position that they never save money for their clients, contrary to what I know about how the private or a free market works. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to be supporting this resolution. I specifically like the whereas that starts on line 29 that talks about the legislature appropriating $16.7 million to reopen the Palmer Correctional Center. I thought it was really short-sighted when they decided to close that. It's the prison farm out there where they've been producing large amounts of food that could be fed to the prisoners to keep down the cost of housing those prisoners in our prisons. And locally fresh grown food has got to be healthy for you as well, not to mention all the exercise the inmates got out there growing it. So I'm certainly would much rather see them reopen that prison than to send Alaskans outside to serve their sentences. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That is approved 10-1.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, I thought I voted Oh, no, you're right, I voted yes. Forget it.
Thank you. We now have before us item 11B, resolution number AR 2019-426, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly initiating conversations to formalize government-to-government relations between the municipality of Anchorage and the native village of Eklutna. Madam Clerk, what is the motion before us?
There's no motion.
Okay, no motion pending. What is
Move
the
to
will of the
approve.
body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Oh, wait, thank you. I was just in the queue to make the motion.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move to put this to public hearing at our second meeting in January, the 29th.
Second.
The 28th.
January,
28.
oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong year. Thanks, 28.
Thank you. Okay. Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to the motion?
I would. I see this as a very simple thing that just says, hey, let's talk to our neighbor. And it sounds good. But it's pretty clear that some message has gotten out that it's connected to a casino and a variety of evil things. And I think the community wants a chance to look at it, to think about it, to talk about it. That will, by having it late January, would let community councils look at it. In particular, it appears that the ones in Chugach, Birchwood, and Eagle River wanted to talk about it and give us feedback. And I think a public hearing would be welcome. I think there's probably a number of people here expecting to speak today. Sorry to let you down, but mark your calendars. And I don't think that this is critical. I on the face of it, support it. I think it makes sense. We should talk to them and develop, but we should get rid of some of this confusion and angst over it before we pass this.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, on the motion.
I won't be supporting that motion. I think that the principle behind the resolution is to think about it, look at it, and talk about it. That I was amazed at the distortion that was printed at the tune of $8,000 by a very vested interest in gambling to say that this is about gambling, when on its face, when you read the text, it states that the purpose is, over the course of the next year, to have a conversation with Eklutna about the nature of our relationship so that we can work these issues out. It says we will go to those communities and have public hearings and meetings. It even talks about ordinances. Ordinances require public hearings. And so I am just amazed today at the nature of the conversation that was spun on this. And I would ask my peers to vote no on this, and let's have a debate on the merits. And if it merits, let's have this conversation, because that's all we're proposing to do here, is begin the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think for the very reason that Mr. Constant said that this is all there is to this is about having a conversation, I think is actually incorrect. There's a lot of information put into this resolution. There are factual, maybe not factual assertions, legal assertions. There are a lot of implications that people have become aware of, and when they've read this, and I think that's why you see the concern, because there is just kind of a far-ranging potential for what this really means. I think the great idea behind all of it is absolutely having the conversation with Eklutna Village. As a member of District 2, that should have happened with the entire assembly a long time ago, and we probably wouldn't be here. So I'm thinking that there's a step we missed along the way, and before we get into language that talks about government-to-government relations, we probably should have that bigger conversation. And we don't have to have a document like this to do that. If you look at the kinds of feedback that we've been getting just the last 2 days, I'm amazed at what has happened to this, as well as Mr. Constant's point about being amazed is valid, because obviously there is a great deal of concern. But the point is, this comes from such a broad range of people. I mean, we've heard from people that are obviously from the Alaska Charitable Gaming Alliance, all kinds of people in between that are members of that, conservation groups, former employees of the BIA, AFN, Eklutna Inc., the NAACP. I mean, this is all of a sudden just exploding. And I would absolutely love the opportunity to allow people who I think have come here tonight for that purpose purpose to really be heard, because I think this is obviously something that there were unintended consequences maybe in this particular resolution that weren't addressed before the resolution came forward, and I think we can kind of make people feel a whole lot more at ease by having a better conversation. And so I would absolutely support taking the time to do that by supporting the motion to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest that Mr. Weddleston withdraw his motion and we allow the debate and the testimony. And then if Mr. Weddleston or others feel like they want to postpone, that we could do that afterwards.
Point of order.
Yeah, I'll go ahead, and if you don't mind, Ms. Kennedy. So we can't have a public hearing today because public notice requires us to do that 7 days in advance to announce that we're having a public hearing.
Okay, then, if I may, speaking to Mr. Constant's concern, I want it to be clear that I had nothing to do with that ad. I don't know those people, and I have never said to anyone that there was anything nefarious going on. The fact that Ms. Kennedy and I were out of the loop on that, and have not ascribed any evil motions to anybody on this. There may be some, but not that I've recognized. So, anyways, yeah, none of those pejorative statements came from me. But I do understand that this group that Mr. Constant referred to, who are proponents of gambling, I understand that it's just the gambling or the gaming for raising money for nonprofits. That's all. That's my understanding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm in complete support of what this resolution seeks to do. And clearly there's a lot of confusion and consternation about it. I would like to support our representatives from Eagle River and Chugiak in having this conversation with constituents. And Mr. Dyson, I'm not totally clear yet on what you would like to have happen tonight with this, but I am in support of this motion to postpone to the meeting of the 28th so that we can have the public hearing and that we can move forward on this together and without miscommunication or confusion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize I can't be there tonight because I am out of state right now for some guard duty. I am opposed to this motion to postpone for a couple of reasons. The first is, as was published in the ADN, I think, just an hour or so ago, and make clear, this resolution is completely disconnected from the question of whether or not the native village of Clutna gets a casino, which is a narrow, legal, federal question over which this resolution has no impact, and indeed was not contemplated to have any impact. When Mr. Constant and I first started having the conversation about this resolution, I believe Mr. Constant was unaware that a casino was being proposed by the Clutna tribe. And that's a highly technical, again, legal federal issue having to do with one single plot of land. Now, regardless of what happens there, it will not change the fact that the native village of Clutna is a federally recognized tribe and has inherent sovereign rights. So if we set it for public hearing and people start testifying about casinos or gambling, you will have to rule that all of that testimony is out of order because none of it would be germane to the resolution. Because, again, the resolution is completely disconnected from that separate legal issue of gaming. So, again, and some of the emails we have gotten today, verge on an ideology that I I don't really want to give much more credence to. The idea that they are not a federally recognized tribe or that they don't have sovereignty is an expression of colonialism that I think is just frankly repellent. And I don't think that is what the folks who are concerned about gaming are saying. But some of the emails that have accompanied those emails have had that kind of ideology. And so again, on the one hand, you have people who are expressing an ideology that is counter to law and to sovereignty. And on the other hand, you have people who could be testifying to a question that is totally unrelated to the resolution. So I do not see how having that kind of public testimony, which has been stirred up by an ad that had deliberate lies in it. The idea that we were excluding Chugiak members based on anything other than the Open Meetings Act is a lie. And the repeated attempt to connect this to the casino and to gaming is a lie. So I apologize. I'm sort of seeing this all from afar, and I'm seeing it through a distinct filter of our sort of inbox and the ad. But I do not support this motion for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I just want to thank Mr. Dunbar because he very eloquently stated some of the feelings that I'm having. I believe we shouldn't even have to do this, right? We know that the Eklutna tribe should have these rights, and there should be government-to-government relations. So I don't want to at all suggest by continuing this and allowing the public to engage on things that, on things that may or may not be related to this. I don't think that's appropriate. I am, however, discouraged that Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Dyson were not as engaged in this process, and I think that's a problem. And so I'm torn, I guess. And but I would like to hear from the Native Village of Eklutna and your perspective on this, and what a delay means, and what you think about this.
They're allowed to testify?
Just a point of clarity for the public. Assembly members can ask individuals to come and testify, which is what Ms. Quinn Davidson has done. Are you asking a specific individual?
Whoever wants to speak on behalf. Yeah.
Aaron Leggett and Maria Coleman. I'm vice president of the tribe, and I'm from the Izai clan, and Aaron Leggett is the president of the tribe, and he's from the Alex clan. So we have both clans represented here, or both major clans. So I don't read the newspaper so much, so that was pretty interesting learning about some big debate. I came here to talk about the resolution. I brought with me to pass around some information on the tribe. It has our mission and our goals. It has statistics on our tribal members and visioning from some 30 years ago that we're still working on. I was quite excited about the resolution because I came from the era right after ANCSA when the world was really mean. There was a lot of division in the community about the land claims and so forth. And I just thought it was such a healing step to reach out to us to be treated in a respectful way, to figure out how we can work together. The only agreement we can come to is something that we both can buy into, what we both can agree to, to recognize our sovereignty. Now, sovereignty is you could have debates on that for a year. But essentially, there's on the second whereas, I just want to make a correction. The Native Village of Eklutna tribal government reorganized in 1961. It already had a government, but it reorganized into a tribal council form of government because that's what other people would recognize as a valid entity. It was a government before that. I wanted to point out some other interesting, we have 61% of our tribal membership live within the municipality of Anchorage. My mom lives in Ecoutna Village. I live in Sand Lake. Then we have our tribal members living throughout the area. Actually, Sand Lake is pretty near where my grandfather's fish camp was at Point Warrensoff. Our membership is not only less than 1% of the Anchorage population, it is 0.12% of the Anchorage population. We do not get donations from the Permanent Fund because we're not a 501c. The Permanent Fund, what Pick, Click, and Give does not give to tribes. When people make donations at the local stores for charities, that money does not go to tribes. When we applied for grant to have a community hall that our tribal members been wanting for 30 years, we were told we were denied because
Madam Vice
we
President.
live in Anchorage. So I don't know if they expect Anchorage to build us a community hall or not. But I just want to, what I want to appreciate to you is reaching out to start a conversation so we can figure out how to work together and not be always the minority voice in the crowd.
Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you have any
Yeah,
other specific
can I just
questions?
ask specifically what your opinion is on delaying this?
On what?
On delaying this issue.
I
So
don't,
do you have an issue?
I don't see any reason in delaying it. This has nothing to do with any other issue. Those issues are in court. And as far as I know, the Assembly is not a court on that issue. This has to do with a wide variety of things. We provide the same kind of services that you have to provide, except we are adequately, we have a smaller population and far greater needs. We have judicial concerns, we have housing concerns, we have social services concerns, we have health and access to food concerns. We have voting concerns, all those things. But anyway, I'd like to distribute this to you and let Erin speak, if that's all right.
Yeah, and Mr. Leggett, would you mind speaking to the potential delay and your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of the potential delays, and I also want to speak to the issue because as the president, I was the one who worked with Representative Constant, Representative Presverdia, and Representative Dunbar. And as was pointed out to me, the fact of including representatives from Eagle River was brought up by the three members, and I simply made the decision to work with the three members that had approached me at different points over the last few years on a variety of issues that they were already engaged in. As it was explained and as has been pointed out, the whole idea was for this to create a year-long process to have further discussions involving the different areas of Anchorage and different representatives and different voices. So it was not my intention at all to exclude the Eagle River representatives. But as Maria has pointed out, our tribal members are throughout the municipality of Anchorage. I live in Spenard. I don't live in Eagle River. Therefore, Dyson and Kennedy are not my representative. So I just want to keep that in mind. But again, I will take the opportunity to apologize. There was no disrespect that was meant by this. It was simply to start creating a dialogue. And as has been pointed out, I think the fact that a separate issue is being used to pollute this is frankly abhorrent. And I'm not surprised by it. That actually is the one thing of all of this that does not surprise me, that the separate issue would be taken, and as Representative Dyson has pointed out, that his own views were skewed for, I guess, political expediency on a separate issue.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Leggett, and I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Two things. One, if we move to postpone this and give another month, there's one interest who overnight spent $10,000 out of his pocket to create a hysteria based on falsehood. And he's going to, that man who profits from gambling Every single permit he places raises him thousands of dollars. All of those dollars that he can spare will be spent in fighting a resolution set up to have a conversation with our neighbor about the nature of their government and our government and how we can get along. So, for that reason, if we are to postpone, this item dies. That's my conclusion. Now, Ms. Kennedy, you suggested that we don't have to have a document like this to have a conversation. I'm afraid that this all proves that we do need a formal process. We need a process that's managed, that's orderly, that's respectful, and that's clear. I understand from the Birchwood Community Council that they had a meeting this week and they passed a resolution opposing this item. There was an objection made that said, wait, we shouldn't vote on this item if they're not even in the room, this tribe we're talking about. They actually don't care, according to their record, what the facts lay out, but instead they want their opinion to be heard that they're against casinos, which isn't even the matter before us. And so I am hopeful my peers will vote down this motion, and then we can move on to the main motion, which is a question of how should we sensitively, reasonably, and decently move forward on a conversation about the nature of our relationships. And I would actually ask, Mr. Chair, that we have those doors open so we can hear that drum out there, because that's the heart of Eklutna.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'm going to get through two more individuals, and then I do have to go through appearance requests, and then we'll come back to the queue and finish up this discussion. So, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I won't be supporting this motion. I do appreciate the people who've come out tonight. I've had many conversations with people who are concerned about this action because of a potential casino, and I have tried my best to explain that is absolutely not what this is about. I would not have signed on to it if that's what this was about. This is simply about creating a space and a time to have a conversation and about how we can work together. And so I will not be supporting the motion to postpone, and I would encourage my colleagues to support the main motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. I understand the meaning and impact of this and the importance of it, just like Mr. Constant, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and Mr. Dunbar said, and I support this. But, and I didn't read the article in the newspaper, but I got the emails and talked to some people. And I think just people are concerned, they're confused, and I think in the next 6 weeks or whatever, they'd understand it. They were misled. And I think it is just simply fair to the public to say, we'll give you time to catch up. There is no rush on this. And we've had this, they've been reorganized since 1961. We can wait 6 more weeks to vote on this. It doesn't kill it. It's still a good ordinance, but it lets people kind of catch up and have their say and think about it and get unmisled. I mean, I appreciate the words that Mr. Leggett said, other ideas have polluted it, and I think that's kind of adequate. I was surprised by it, unlike him. But so I think just out of respect for the public, just postpone it for 6 weeks. There's no rush. People will catch up. They'll understand, and it stands as a fine document with one small edit we were told to do. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move on to item 2, public appearance requests. First is item 12A, Travis Neff. Is Mr. Neff here? Mr. Neff? Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and move on to item 12B, Eugene Haberman. Mr. Haberman, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, an Alaskan resident for over 42 years. Approximately 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage and currently a resident in the Matanuska-Susitna Valley. While addressing to you tonight, I'm representing myself. Please note that I follow the public process, and when the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. My address tonight concerns that the municipality of Anchorage continues to be not in compliance with 1. Alaska Open Meetings Law, AS 44.62.310. Number 2, the governing body shall provide a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard at regular and special meetings, AS 29.20.020A. And 3, public meetings, Anchorage Charter Section 17.05. On April 3, 2012, the municipality of Anchorage held an election. The next day, I started my investigation in regards to compliance with the above laws after members of the press reported that voters went to as many as 3 precincts and were unable to obtain a ballot. Later, it was reported that more than 40% of the voting precincts had run out of ballots, even though enough ballots were printed for this election. In my report that year, I stated no one had won the election, everyone lost. Since then, I've continued my ongoing investigation, extending this investigation to include an ongoing audit of the public process regarding to laws noted above being conducted by elected and government officials in other communities in Alaska. Since my ongoing investigation, the municipality of Anchorage has continued to be in non-compliance with the above laws, even after my providing repeated testimony at Anchorage Assembly meetings of this non-compliance. Instead of correcting the situation, elected and government officials with the municipality of Anchorage have continued to be in non-compliance of these laws and allowed for a further deterioration of the public process. I have witnessed frequently members of the Anchorage Assembly at public meetings of the Anchorage Assembly conducting a policy of prejudice, showing a preference with those that agree with them, and disrespect, bullying, intimidation, and defamation with those that disagree with them, without any protest by any Assembly member or members of the administration to this disrespect. During Assembly meetings, I had witnessed members of the press violate their professional journalism by rarely reporting what the public states at a public hearing, and instead generally report only statements by elected and government officials. Another concern, Anchorage Assembly and Assembly committee meetings frequently have no opportunity for the public to be heard. Majority of these meetings are held outside Assembly chambers in Lusac Library without any video recordings of these meetings, and rarely is any agenda-related information for these meetings posted on the municipality of Anchorage, in advance with a public notice. And that ends my statement. And guess I read it quickly. 5 seconds to spare.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I don't see any questions. Thank you for speaking before us.
As expected.
Going back, we're back at item 11B. I had Ms. Kennedy and Ms. Salatola in the queue. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think first and foremost, I want to make the statement that this whole concept is very important to me, and I think it's very important to my community. And I have always felt very protective of Eklutna Village and Eklutna Inc., because I think there have been times when they walk a little bit on eggshells in terms of how they have to interact with the municipality and some other organizations. I know that's difficult, so I don't want to do anything to make that harder or worse. I do believe, though, that there are some things in this particular document that has a tendency or could have the potential for, in some ways, making it even harder for Eklutna Village. I think there are also implications in here that could hamstring the municipality in certain ways. So if we were just looking at the be it resolved, most of that I could probably support. I think there is information, or there is maybe some changes to the idea of recommended changes to Anchorage Municipal Code that codify recognition of certain opportunities and protections and obligations. I mean, that is really, that particular sentence is very important, but at the same time, it is that kind of a sentence that also sets people on edge in terms of what that really means. I think if the document had been more forthcoming about what this is really trying to get at, I think people would have been more willing to accept it as well, and it wouldn't have caused all the consternation that you see here as well. It wouldn't have led some or caused somebody to go to the extent of putting a full-page ad on the back of the newspaper. But If we were to actually take the time to look at this, I mean, we've heard from Eklutna. I'm so glad they came out. I was told tonight that they weren't going to come out, but I'm glad that they were, or that they are. And there's also other people, though, that have a legal perspective to this that I don't believe, even from our own department, have had in what this really means, what some of the implications might be. And I would absolutely appreciate the opportunity to do that so that we know exactly what this is, so that everything can come out in the light. I am not at all offended. Mr. Leggett, please do not feel like you owed me anything in any of this. That is not what this is about to me. I was definitely surprised when all of this came out and we weren't told about it, but I certainly understand the whole reasoning behind open meetings acts and whatever else, but it still begs the question of what is this really getting at? And that is what I don't have an answer for. And that is why people are assuming a lot or presuming a lot, and that's another reason why if we take the time, I know there are people that worked hard on this, I know there are people who think they know what this says already, and they want to move forward tonight. But I'm telling you that extra time, get through the holidays, let's let the emotion calm down, let's actually look at this and see exactly what we're implying in any of this. And maybe we can even be a little more forthcoming and say, these are exactly the things we'd like to look at. We've got conservation issues going on out there that are critical. We've got, all of us rely on the water in Eklutna Lake. There are certain things that are absolutely worth talking about. So if we spell some of that out, then maybe there will be, some sense of, okay, what are we really after? What's the real motivation behind this? And that's the reason why I can't support this, is because it doesn't really tell me enough of what this is really getting at. So I would just appreciate, even those of you that have already said you won't support it, I would really appreciate you changing your mind and letting us take the time to really get to this, because it is absolutely important. It's important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not in favor of postponing this for a couple of reasons, and one of the primary ones is I would like to see the community utilize these same resources that came out in opposition of this and capitalize on this momentum to be a part of the discussion moving forward. I think that's the constructive outcome here. We can use this momentum to, in the new year, to garner the interest of those who want to be a part of the working groups, who want to participate in the public listening sessions and help guide what those topics should be. I think we've heard some feedback about what one of those public listening sessions should be about. And I appreciate Ms. Kennedy raising a lot of other issues that probably will come up, but I don't think this should be prescriptive, and we should let the community guide the conversation and the dialogue to identify where there may or may not be points of action, quite honestly. So I think we should move forward so that we can get the conversation going, and I appreciate all the feedback we got today. And I'll say, when I was able to respond to a couple of emails I received when I explained that the intent was to start a conversation, I got back responses that said, okay. So it was just a little bit of education there. So that makes me comfortable with moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
It would be great if we had all of the answers to a year-long conversation today, so we didn't have to have that year-long conversation. But the purpose of this resolution is to begin that conversation so we can make a list of all of the things we need to talk about. And so with that, I would ask you to vote this down, and let's get to the main motion.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
No.
That motion fails 7-4. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just quickly, I want to say thank you to Mr. Leggett for the close conversation we had. I do regret that we did not invite Mr. Dyson on at the beginning, as I suggested, but I know that as we move forward in this conversation, we're going to have a very amazing and thought-provoking and inspiring, I believe, conversation once we're able to sort through the noise and get to the heart of the matter. And so I do hope this passes, and I'm grateful to the members for seeing the wisdom of it. It has nothing to do with so many of those things we've heard about. It has to do with heart-to-heart conversations with our neighbors.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually want to publicly mention a comment that one of the Eklutna members mentioned, and this is on Mr. Dyson's behalf, and they said that they know of no other assembly member or state legislator who has done more to promote things at Eklutna Village and with Eklutna Inc. Than Mr. Dyson. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that that has always been his passion and his goal. This conversation, I hope, has no negative reflection on anything otherwise. But I do have a question, and it might be for either Mr. Constant or Mr. Dunbar or Mr. Perez-Verdia to answer this. And can I get a little bit of an explanation of how they really envision this? This says in the resolved section, it says the Assembly in collaboration with the native village of Eklutna. So how do you see these kinds of conversations happening and who's involved? Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to address that?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
So what happens if this passes is in the new year, we sit down and set out a calendar. We send out an email. We publish on our website a place where emails can come forward for topics that we should be bringing in for the conversation. We do outreach to the community councils of the affected areas. We have, as it says, talking sessions, and then over the course of the many months, we will start to see emerge areas of interest. We also want to hear from attorneys who are experts in tribal law and who are experts in municipal law and have conversations about that. And so essentially what happens is this passes, we create a work plan in January that carries us through the next year.
Sure. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one of the things that was brought to my attention is the potential for there being some things in here that legally will tie the municipality's hands or will be read into a certain way of interpreting other laws federally, whether it be in court or with any of the federal organizations. And I have a question as to whether or not our Department of Law sees anything in this document. Does this document in any way, and I actually know that there are experts sitting in the audience right now that will probably have an answer to that. If I could ask somebody to come forward and maybe give us some information about that, or should that just be our own Department of Law that answers that question? But
your choice.
Thank you. If I could, I would like to ask Mr. Don Mitchell to come forward and give some information. Mr. Mitchell's a former general counsel for AFN, and anyway, has a perspective that I wasn't aware of. Anyway,
sure. Do you have a specific question?
The question would be, is there anything in this document that would actually put us in any kind of a legal bind if there were any kind of, if we ran up against any of the federal agencies, if we run into any kind of legal issue? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was not intending to testify this evening, and for the record, I know nothing about an advertisement. That's news to me because I gave up my print subscription to the Daily News some years ago. What I would say is that with all due respect to Assemblyperson Dunbar, who's a very smart fellow and an attorney, he is not conversant with the Talmudic intricacies of federal Indian law and its application to Alaska. And I would be happy to stand here this evening and say that your whereas in which the Assembly is putting itself on record as saying that it agrees that the folks in the community of Eklutna are a federally recognized tribe. My legal view on that is that that is legally incorrect. Now, what difference does it make? The community of Eklutna became part of the municipality in 1963 with the Greater Anchorage, or with the Borough Act. That was, by my count, that was 56 years ago. We've gone 56 years without the need for this kind of a resolution. Why has it happened now? Well, the only event that has made it happen now, as we all know, is that Eklutna has a lawsuit regarding bringing a Class II gaming operation onto the Undola allotment at Birchwood. Maybe it is a coincidence, Assemblyperson Constant. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but you can understand how people might believe in good faith that the whereases in this resolution are linked to a strategy by the attorneys representing the native village of Eklutna in that lawsuit to achieve their objective. Now, I'm not saying, I have no personal knowledge as to what their agenda is, but to say that people are out of line for making a connection between this resolution and that event seems to me to be a bit unfair to people in good faith.
You could address the question that Ms. Kennedy asked.
And that's what I'm going to get to.
Thank you.
It would appear to me it's great to have the Assembly speaking with folks in Eklutna, but you do not need these whereases in order to accomplish that objective. So without getting as to whether or not I'm correct about federally recognized tribes, or whether or not Assemblyman Dunbar is correct about federally recognized tribes, or whether or not the attorneys that represent Eklutna are right about that, get rid of all of that and just have a resolution that says we'd like to get together with folks from Eklutna. You do not need the whereases. I could take you through the whereases, but you do not need a half an hour of me giving some sort of law school lecture about the potential mischief, both legally and politically, with respect to putting the Assembly on record as agreeing with these whereases. So I would suggest that the easiest way to bring a closure to this whole thing would be to omit the whereases and pass a resolution that says that it would be a good thing for the Assembly to meet with folks from Eklutna and have a conversation. But that's the problem, Mr. Chairman. It is the whereases. It's not the concept of people talking to each other.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, if I could, please.
Sure.
I would like to move to amend the resolution by striking the second whereas. The Assembly recognized historical patterns of governmental and institutionalized abuse and marginalization. And I would also, I don't know if I should, I have two. So is it better to just do one at a time? Probably.
Are they both similar striking whereas statements?
It's another striking of another section.
If you could do them all in one motion, please.
Okay. The second one would be to amend and strike in the fourth whereas. Strikes out one of the sections that talks about it being federally recognized as a sovereign tribe. So the sentence would say, the Assembly recognizes the municipality of Anchorage has not established a formal process for government-to-government relationships and.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it. Purpose of discussion here.
Sure. Seconded by Mr. Dyson. Madam Clerk, did you get the amendment? Okay. Great. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and go through the queue specific to the amendment. Mr. Dyson, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yeah. So let the record reflect, for the first time in history, I disagree with Ms. Kennedy. Nearly. So the second whereas is something I've been saying for a long, long time. And this group of people who have been here for thousands of years have been very badly mistreated. Most of that more than 40 years ago and so on, and how they have survived without counseling for anger management. My hat's off to them. And they have, as I've often said, they've been extraordinarily good citizens in our area, leasing schools to the grounds for $1 a year for 50 years, parks and all kinds of things. So I can't support the first half of this, but the second one, I agree with Ms. Kennedy. So Ms. Kennedy, if you want to separate your issues, I can help you with half.
Move to split the question, or is it better to restate the motion?
You could move to bifurcate it, just be specific of which you're doing, which is the same thing, moving to split it. So what are you splitting?
Let's split out. Actually, can I remake the motion? If I withdraw the motion?
Sure. Does the second agree to withdrawing?
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Okay, so I move to amend the resolution by striking in the fourth whereas the phrase federally recognized, that while the native village of Eklutna is federally recognized as a sovereign tribe.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll go back in the queue to the new amendment before us. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to that?
You know, I think I'll wait because it looks like Ms. Wynn Pearson's in, and if she's not prepared to address it, I would be. Can I address the question, I guess?
Sure, if you want to address the question to Ms. Wynn Pearson.
So is, in fact, Eklutna federally recognized as a tribe? Or in some questions that it may have been incorrect, but in fact, if the federal government has said, yes, they are, all we're doing is recognizing that. So I guess that's a question, yes, no question.
Through the chair, the answer is yes. They're a federally recognized tribe. And if I might, I'm next in the queue. Might I offer a little bit of elaboration?
Sure.
Which is, I just wanted to speak briefly to concern about the legal accuracy, sufficiency, risk, et cetera, inherent in the drafting of this resolution. This resolution was drafted by attorneys from the Department of Law working under the direction of the sponsors. And I do want to make clear that this was extensively vetted and reviewed by multiple attorneys in our department who have a background in this area of law, and I want to make clear that we do believe that everything in here is legally accurate and does not in any way create any kind of risk for the municipality from a legal perspective. I'm happy to address that further if there are questions, but we, again, the Department of Law stands behind this resolution as drafted.
Mr. Weddleton?
No, that's good. I'd like to be in the queue for the further, but not.
Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I'm extremely offended by it, and they are a federally recognized tribe, and I will not vote for it.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment?
Yes, thank you. And I think you are correct that they are federally recognized as a tribe. But I think the question comes in is when you put the word sovereign there, because that's what the court argument is about. Am I incorrect on that, Ms. Wynn Pearson? It is a question of sovereignty.
Through the chair, if I might. The court case that has been referenced several times tonight is an appeal to the federal district court of a decision by the Department of the Interior about the interpretation of what is and is not Indian lands under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, under IGRA. It's a very specific, narrow question of whether or not a specific allotment can be deemed Indian lands for the purpose of IGRA, and that relies on a definition found in IGRA of what is and is not Indian lands, which hinges in this instance on whether or not government authority has been exercised over the property. So I think it is that's a very, very narrow issue. It's specific to interpretation of one piece of federal law. It is, I think that there's a lot more built into the sort of broader brushstrokes of what you're discussing here. But I think that the statement in the resolution is legally correct and is entirely distinct from the question before the federal court, which is whether or not the Department of the Interior correctly determined that this allotment was, in their estimation, not Indian lands for the purpose of the definition found in IGRA.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Mr. Mitchell, who has the background on this, to comment, please.
Do you have a specific question, please?
The comment is my question about the word sovereign and how it's used, how it would be interpreted here in our resolution.
Whether, Mr. Chairman, whether a group of individuals of Native American descent are a, quote, federally recognized tribe, close quote, is a legal status. Part of that legal status, if in fact you have obtained that legal status, one of the things that goes with it is powers, inherent powers of self-government and what you would call sovereignty. So if in fact the folks in Eklutna are and do have that legal status, then in fact they have a certain limited sovereignty, and I could go in for an hour and a half discussing what that means and what it does not mean. What I would like to put on the record, however, without getting into an argument with the municipal attorney, that Eklutna and a number of other communities that were designated as native villages for the purposes of the Claims Act were made federally recognized tribes by the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs named Ada Deer in 1993, who came up here and waved a magic wand and said that. That doesn't mean that it is lawful, what she did. There is an Alaska Supreme Court case about that called John v. Baker, in which Justice Fabe expressed her view about that. But this is until the U.S. Supreme Court or until the Ninth Circuit squarely decides the issue, it is an open question, at least in my professional judgment, and someday that's going to be litigated. And the reason that it's of interest here is because the municipal attorney only told you half of what's at issue in the Eklutna gaming lawsuit. In order to be an eligible entity, someone under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act must do two things. First, they must prove that A, they're an Indian tribe, quote unquote, and B, that the location, in this case the allotment, qualifies as Indian lands. Now, the Interior Department, which represents the bureaucracy, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, who gave us federally recognized tribes back in 1993, they are not contesting in the lawsuit that Eklutna has that legal status. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But that could well become an issue as that litigation continues on. This is by the way, the third time that Eklutna has tried to open a gambling facility on that allotment. And I represented the President of the Alaska Senate and the Speaker of the Alaska House of Representatives. They retained me to deal with the National Indian Gaming Commission the last time. But my point is, without beating it into the ground, that it is not a closed question about what the legal status of the folks in Eklutna is, and it has the potential to by putting the Assembly on record with respect to what it believes, it has the potential to become involved with the politics of that litigation. And I've overstayed my welcome, but this is this is very complicated stuff. This is what I want to leave.
Do you have any other questions? Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to hear, because we got the opportunity to hear quite extended remarks on the other side, I would like to hear from the Eklutna Tribe or one of the representatives on this point.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I just want to address one of the points that Don Mitchell brought up, and that is specifically that the federal government has recognized the native village of Eklutna as a federally recognized tribe. I know that because I just today received their correspondence, serendipity, I suppose, that they are not refuting the fact that we are a federally recognized tribe. I should also point out that there are other federal entities that clearly recognize the sovereignty and the government-to-government relationship of Indian communities. One of the best examples is the military. Just 3 weeks ago on JBER, we had a wonderful meeting where they unveiled a series of signs that recognizes that this is the traditional homeland of the Dena'ina and that we are thankful for their friendship. So to me, you have another federal agency clearly recognizing that. I understand where Don is coming from about whether tribes exist in Alaska and what that means, but if tribes don't exist in Alaska, you have a house of cards here that could come crashing down. The state of Alaska recently has taken huge steps forward of recognizing, under limited circumstances, the sovereign immunity of tribes to do certain things. So this isn't new territory. The other thing I would like to point out is that the federal government, unlike many Native communities throughout the state of Alaska, through an executive order in 1925, set aside the Eklutna Vocational Reserve. And under that, it was for essentially the protection of the community and the education and welfare. I'm not an attorney, so there may be some fine-tuned points to that. But nevertheless, the 328,000-acre educational reserve was whittled down to about 2,000 acres by the time that the tribe formally created the native village of Eklutna. And if I could to just provide some historical background, I would like to read a statement prepared in 1968, 50 years ago, by the first tribal president, my great-uncle George Ondola, who was living on the allotment until he passed away. Okay, thank you. And this was in front of this is a statement in front of the Committee on Interior and Insular Affairs. Mr. Chairman, my name is George Ondola from Eklutna, and it's my pleasure to appear before you on the Committee of Interior and Insular Affairs. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Eklutna people. I was recently re-elected by the people as chairman of the Village Council. Our village is located 26 miles northeast of Anchorage. At present, the native population of the village is 30 adults and children. Our unofficial tribal roll has over 200 men, women, and children. So things that we've already said here. Our village is located within the greatest concentration of people in the state of Alaska. The population growth has been so great that people began moving in closer to our village. We welcome all these people, for we believe in progress. Our economy benefits from this progress. It creates jobs for our people. Our children attend the best schools and churches. Our village is one of the few that has telephone and electricity available. We also have a major highway right through our village, and tourists often stop by to visit our church and graveyard. We believe in progress and development in our area. We are not in conflict with progress, but we are in conflict with the manner in which the land was taken from us. One time, our reserve contained 328,000 acres. In the past quarter century, as this area was developed and progressed, our reserve was cut down to less than 2,000 acres. Not only did we lose land, but no one bothered to advise us of the changes taking place upon the reserve. We became concerned about the matter, so I wrote a letter in 1961 to the Bureau of Land Management about the status of the land surrounding our village. To our amazement, the BLM informed us that we'd lost another 5,100 acres. We began protesting, but there was no help forthcoming. There was nothing anyone could do to help us because our rights to the land were never clarified. We urge this committee to clarify our rights to the land that we have lost and also to clarify our rights to the remaining 2,000 acres. We feel certain that our rights to the land we lost will be in the affirmative and that we expect a monetary settlement at fair market value of the lands that were taken. We hope that you and the committee will resolve the land problem as soon as possible. I would also like to say a few words of our destiny. At the present time, we are considered wards of the federal government. I believe that Native people have advanced far enough in our society that I can't see why we can't get out from under the BIA. The BIA has done nothing for us. They were responsible for the loss of most of our lands in the area. We've sought assistance from the BIA many times, but we never got any action, only promises. The whole bureaucracy just isn't doing the job it was created for. I believe we can handle our problems better than any government agency. I would like to see the Natives choose their own destiny, not some bureaucratic agency of the federal government. I urge you and your committee to study the situation carefully and see what can be done for the Natives to determine their own destiny so that we can live on our own as first-class citizens of the United States of America. And again, that was written 50 years ago, but you can see that there's a lot of issues that we're still talking about. Thank you.
So I'm going to go to Ms. Wint-Pearson, and then I would like us to vote. Ms. Wint-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two quick things. One is, I think, just confirming what Mr. Leggett referenced, which is that the Department of the Interior filed their answer in the lawsuit today, and they responded that they conceded that the native village of Eklutna is a federally recognized tribe, so they agree with that assertion, and it is not contested in the lawsuit. The second point is, I would agree with Mr. Mitchell that there are several hundred years at this point of litigation that arises out of what sovereignty means practically coming out of the lower 48, but I think that is not implicated here in the statement, the simple statement that you are making in the resolution before you tonight.
Thank you. So before I go to Mr. Dyson and Ms. Kennedy, I really do want to vote. I do need a motion to extend debate, let's say another 15 minutes.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, debate is extended by 15 minutes. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been an interesting discussion, and I just encourage you who will be working on this in the future, just beware of there's some pitfalls out there. I think they went back to what Uncle Ted did in the Native Land Claim Settle Act and so on. But for those of you who are going to be around and participating, there's three things I hope you pay attention to. One of them is that Eklutna owns the land all the way around the lake. And because they're not included in the group that manages that water resource, it seems to me to be an affront, and that they should be. Secondly, something I've been harping about, maybe with some effect, but that is the school district needs to include the Eklutna people every time there are decisions about the schools and school sites. That just needs to be done. Thirdly, amongst the great harm that was done to the Eklutna people was almost virtually destroying the salmon runs in 4 or 5 rivers. And very difficult to go back and so on. But that loss, certainly for the Eklutna people, and on a greater extent all of us, is, I run out of polite vocabulary, but we need to do all we can on both sides of that for certainly protecting the environment and certainly to try to make some gesture towards the harm that was done to the Eklutna people. I guess that's all. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment.
Thank you, and just real briefly, in an interest of promoting goodwill, and obviously there's not a lot of concern that people are sharing with me in terms of how we balance this so that everyone is protected. I'd like to withdraw that motion.
So you're withdrawing the amendment?
I am. Yes, second, agree.
Mr. Dyson, do you withdraw?
With reluctance. Thank you.
Okay. So we have the main motion before us. Mr. Constant.
Mr. Chair, I have been brought to tears tonight. Only the third time since I've served on this body. In sadness and in hope. I have seen my neighbors stirred up with a $10,000 falsehood.
But you don't let us speak.
I have seen my neighbors stirred up with a $10,000 falsehood. And I see the history of the last 200 and 300 years playing out before my eyes again today. I know that this year-long conversation, should we come to it, will provide great fruits to this community. I learned a new word last night, chada. And I honor the grandfathers who are alive today and who were alive then as we walk through this conversation. My own, those of the native village of Eklutna. And this has nothing to do with a casino. And I take deep opprobrium to those who would question my motives to this, although I understand why one would see it when a $10,000 ad is placed in the paper that says it's so. With that, to my friends and peers on this body, I sure hope that you can see through all of the noise to the facts. And the facts are we have an opportunity today to do something great, which is move forward a conversation in our community that's been waiting to happen. None of the specifics of anybody's concerns are a blockade to having a very sound and decent conversation among our communities. I ask you to vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to offer an amendment that was requested by the Vice President of the tribe, and that would be on line 15 to change organized to reorganized.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to that?
I don't know. She knows better than me, and it seems like we ought to get it correct.
Sure. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, do you want to speak to the amendment? Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote on the amendment?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there has been good conversation. I think there's probably been some bad conversation as well, but hopefully we'll end on the right note of good conversation. And I absolutely appreciate all of the people that have called me or emailed me, that I've called, that have given me a perspective on this, that it seemed like the more questions I asked and got answered, the more questions I had. And I absolutely appreciate the people who believe that there are some longer-term questions about what this resolution really does. And I appreciate the makers of the resolution trying to reassure the group that it's not the worst-case scenario. However, I don't want to discount that because I think there are certainly legitimate concerns. And I think as this moves forward, I mean, I am not going to vote against my community. I'm not going to do it. And I'm certainly not going to ignore any of the potential issues that could arise out of this. So I will take Mr. Dyson's advice about watching this like a hawk, and I think as we move forward, those conversations are very important. I'm looking forward to them. I think they're way overdue. I'm just sorry that it kind of came together in such a controversial form as this resolution. But I am going to support the idea of having these conversations. So enough said. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson? Okay. That item is approved 11-0. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back to item 13A. And I'm starting the timer, so 20 minutes. Yeah, that's you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, so one quick procedural thing before we get to item 13A. Mr. Weddleton knows this, but just for members of the public and for members of the body. So as members know, all of our quasi-judicial items are all in the same part of the agenda for a reason. They operate under a different set of rules, and thus it is difficult to change the agenda and go back between all these different set of rules back and forth. So because of that, I would ask my colleagues not to change the order of the day when it comes to any of our quasi-judicial items. And I think we will have a much more finessed way of handling these when eventually the quasi-judicial rewrite comes before the body, which I know Mr. Weddleton has been hard at work on. So with that, we now have before us item 13A, resolution number AR 2019-417, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing general labor relations policy guidelines and direction for collective bargaining and contract negotiations. Public testimony is now open on this item. Whoever would like to testify, you can please line up and feel free to use the middle aisle, or if you cannot stand, please come up and sit in the first 2 or 3 rows. So would anyone like to testify on this item?
Good evening, Chairman Rivera and fellow Assembly members. My name is Jason Allward. I'm the Vice President of the Operating Engineers, Local 302, and we represent 150 members working for the MOA. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on the guidelines regarding negotiations. Our history for 36 years prior to 2010, guidelines were not given by the Assembly for good reason. Being too specific in guidelines impacts good faith bargaining. All that aside, I'm glad the Assembly is updating the AR. In 1953, General Motors negotiated a 5-year CBA. While unusual at the time, the term of the CBA made sense as they had similar longer agreements with steel and parts. This gave GM stability and certainty moving forward. Moving ahead 70 years, I've now negotiated 4 CBAs with the MOA. During that time, we've always been successful in ratifying our agreement. However, every MOA lead negotiator has been different. The Labor Relations Department has been a revolving door, with the vast majority going to work elsewhere. I make these comments with the utmost of respect, as we've always experienced a good professional working relationship. However, negotiating these agreements is a tremendous amount of work, load for these folks, and a 3-year time frame before it starts all over again. The job can be overwhelming with high-pressure situations that can be emotionally draining, doing more with less, shrinking budgets, battling with SAP, and the list goes on. Longer contracts would help the city by giving labor relations time to be more proactive, which would undoubtedly help with job satisfaction and retention. In return, this institutional knowledge would create greater consistency for MOA employees, the departments, and union reps. In conclusion, updating the AR is the right thing to do. Longer contracts should be allowed if it makes sense at the table. And lastly, the approach to the guidelines should not be too specific. I believe this body is on the right track with the S version, so I thank you for your efforts and your time this evening.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
If we could please refrain from clapping, that'll make this go a little bit faster. Would anyone else like to testify? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Dusty Menifee with the IBEW. I represent the municipal light and power employees. As an individual, I feel the MOA is referring to the current assembly bargaining guidelines, which were passed in 2010, are out of date. I believe that none of the assembly members present today were on the assembly when the bargaining guidelines were written. How can we call these current assembly bargaining guidelines? All of that being said, most of the guidelines in the 2010 bargaining guidelines were written in 2010, mirror the AO 37, which was voted down by a majority of the voters. The 2010 guidelines have also prevented the IBEW from saving money for the MOA in regards to the cost of the health care. We have asked the MOA to move a portion of the agreed to raise to the health and welfare to make the payment for the employees on their check a smaller amount. At the end of the day, the employees' portion of the health and welfare cost would have been the same. It just does not show on the check that they made the payment to the health and welfare because we moved it prior to the check. This would help the budget since this would be a constant amount for the cost of the health and welfare. But since we left this amount on the check, the portion of the health and welfare stayed the same, but the money on the check compounded each time there was an hour of overtime because the overtime cost is higher, so the wage was higher. This in itself could upset the budget depending on the amount of overtime worked each year. I think the guidance that's, I think the guidance that states would be responsible in negotiations would, God, I can't read, sorry about that. I feel that the guidance from the assembly here should just be fiscally responsible when you're negotiating contracts and take in mind the climate of the days. That being said, if we have to take an option between the two versions here, I believe the S version would be the best. Thank you for your time, and we appreciate what you guys do for us.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Excuse me. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Pfeiffer. I'm the president of the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association. I represent around 500 employees who work for the municipality of Anchorage. As a union worker, I've been involved in negotiations at the table with the MOA managerial staff. In my experience, it's important to the success of negotiations that both parties feel respected and bargain with in good faith. That's why I urge this body to support the S version of AR 2019-417. The updated version of the guidelines, or this updated version of the guidelines, will send the message to your municipal workers that the city is willing to listen to their needs and work with them honestly to try and meet them. Adoption of these guidelines would be beneficial to both the MOA, the MOA's workers, and the public that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Serena Green. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, born and raised here. I wanted to address the S1 version that I know is floating around and talk about why the IBEW, I'm an attorney for the IBEW, opposes that version and prefers the S version. There's a couple problematic issues. I'm just going to go through paragraph as fast as I can, so I might sound like the micromanager unit guy, in those old commercials that talks like a auctioneer. So paragraph 2, which talks about the economic feasibility and gives a little bit more definition about economic feasibility. There's been some instances where the 2010 guidelines have been applied as a hard and fast rule. It's my understanding that specific definitions are concerning because there have been too much focus on the specific issues or specific defined issues while ignoring other relevant considerations. The flexibility, I think, is a preferred approach, and I think it's necessary going forward. With regards to paragraph 3, there's a problem because it emphasizes CPI, and it emphasizes a limitation based on CPI. And again, as Dusty had noted, there's a lot of overlap between the 2010 guidelines and the AO 37, which was overturned by voters. And one of those is the emphasis on CPI limitations. That's a key component of AO 37. Paragraph 5, we believe the S version is reasonable because it focuses on wages and benefits, which is designed to minimize any turnover with employees. And discussing, I think paragraph 5 is about the making adjustments per class. That creates an issue for unions because it can create member-to-member discourse if one classification for doing the same work gets a higher wage increase than another member in a different classification. And so it's a delicate issue for unions. I think if you just focus on the wages and benefits and other flexible issues and not provide emphasis on the making adjustments to the classes, I think there's an issue or a concern that by identifying that in the guidelines, there could lead future administrations to focus solely on that issue, which could be problematic. And finally, paragraph 7 regarding the correcting or getting rid of the errors in pay and making it just for the actual cost that's to the employee. We need this incentive, the errors in pay language, because it, forces the employer, the municipality, and gives them an incentive to actually make these corrections. It took us over 2 years to reach a settlement on our errors in pay, which is a problem. And some of the errors in SAP have still not been corrected. It's a very sensitive issue among the members. And I think that, you need to. This is language that's in every contract because it was bargained for. It was paid for. It was paid for with either, giving up favorable language or giving up wages, and this language effectively takes it away. So I think in some, the S version
Thank you.
is
I
preferable.
have a couple questions for
you.
Mr. Weddleton?
Hi. So I did a question. So when you talk about paragraph 5, are you talking about the one on page 3, line 13, work rules that result in costly processes and procedures should be eliminated?
Let me pull up my best one version.
Or do you mean the 5?
It's the one that focuses on the making adjustments per classification if there's issues with employee turnover. I don't know which. I thought it was paragraph 5.
Okay. So I thought you were talking about different work class wage rules. I appreciate that. And I just say on the S1 version, I don't believe it's not my intent to add any new thing to look at that wasn't already in the S version. I just took what they had and I put it in the intent was just to add clarity.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear over the coughing.
The intent was just to add clarity. I mean, the other one says use CPI. You don't like that. Well, that's all it says here, use CPI. And it just makes more clear that and it sounds like from what we're hearing is that the constraints of cost of living increases is too tight and that the unions would seek something more than that. And this just says, okay, well, here's different reasons why you could do that, which is, and just in a clear way, I think the S version just says, here's a bunch of things to consider however you choose to consider them. This is basically the same thing but more clear.
I think the issue, or at least our concern, is that when you add too many specifics into what's a guideline, it can lead to hard and fast rules. And so it's the emphasis on the flexibility and allowing the experts to address all the different ways in which you can be creative. I mean, you're talking about dealing with 9 different unions with classifications all across the board, from firefighters to office workers to linemen. I mean, it's not a one-size-fit-all. So then I think you need to have something with a little bit of a gray area in there to allow for the experts who are at the table to come up with creative solutions, to come up with a new collective bargaining agreement.
So were this to say you must not exceed the consumer price index for the last 5 years, that would be very prescriptive. But it says it should not exceed, but then it gives you 1, 2, 3, 6 ways where you can. Mm-hmm. I mean, it doesn't sound very prescriptive.
But the presumption is that you have CPI.
Apologies, but this is starting to sound like debate, and we need to do that after public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Dyson, apologies.
I have a question for... I wanted to make sure I understood you. I think when you were talking about the lawsuit, that you were glad there was incentive in there for the city to come to the table and get solving problems. Did you say that?
You're talking about the grievances? They weren't lawsuits. Right?
Okay. All right. And on the grievances, is there a financial penalty to the city? if they get ruled against?
Are you talking about underneath the contract? Because in the errors in pay, there's a certain penalty to pay if you don't correct the error after you've been notified that there's a problem and you haven't fixed the problem.
On that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's your view that it was good for the city to have to pay more because they didn't get the problem solved soon enough?
Well, it's an incentive for them to focus on not letting errors continue in perpetuity.
No,
I mean, how is that fair to the employee?
Yeah, no, I think you just said yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Do you realize that when the punitive part of that teaches the city a lesson and to not be bad boys comes from the taxpayers' pockets?
Paying the employees comes from the taxpayer's pocket as well.
Yes,
and
that's
the
right.
employees are also taxpayers themselves.
That's irrelevant, but the taxpayers are going to pay for the penalty that you're requiring in order to teach the city a lesson. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Anything else?
Yeah, thanks. So is the purpose of that penalty to teach the city a lesson or some other purpose?
Or a different purpose?
Yeah, some other purpose.
It's an incentive for them to correct the error in a timely manner rather than letting it lag and not having someone paid correctly for 2 weeks, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years.
Yeah, and just as a quick point of information for the members who couldn't be here at 3:30, we did have a work session specifically on this, so I would suggest listening to the recording.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brandon McGuire, for the record. I'm a business agent with UA Local 367. I do plan on being very quick on this because I have been to the past couple work sessions that we've had, and I think my view on this is very clear. I wanted to make sure that I make it known that we need to change the 2010 guidelines. Those guidelines need to represent this body, and that we, without doubt, support the S version. There are tenets within the S1 version that we actually think are going to be more aggressive and open up some dangerous slopes coming from future negotiations, specifically what Serena mentioned as far as giving, and I believe the section she was looking at was 3A in the S1 version, where she talks about the pay adjustments needed for specific job classes based on documented inability to hire for that job class due to the pay, as well as 3B, pay adjustments needed for specific job classes where employee turnover has hurt efficiency. What we're talking about doing is when we sit down at the table, we negotiate for the entirety of the bargaining group. If we are to look at the 5-year average CPI or the 20-quarter CPI, but that's basically the same thing, 20 quarters is 5 years. If we look at that and we say that we're going to cap it at that 5-year mark, and we're also going to split who can get what, we are going to cap the highest group, and that means that I'm going to tell the group that doesn't get the highest wages, they're going to get less. It causes division amongst the group, and that is not good for any group. So again, I do want to say that we support the S version strongly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Can you give us your perspective on the CPI question?
Really and truthfully, the CPI question isn't because we want to come in and we want to just blow that number out of the water. The CPI question is, and it's been my experience, we sit down on the negotiation table, and while these should be general guidelines, we are told we won't go above this. General guidelines, but we won't go above this. That is specifically what we were told at the negotiation table. We will not go above the 5-year CPI. That is our concern. When you put limitations on collective bargaining, you can't bargain in good faith when we are told at the bargaining table, you will get no more than this. At what point will we come into the bargaining table, sit down, and be force-fed at the first meeting and say, take it or leave it? That's our big concern.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleson?
Okay, I just want to make sure this is understood, because that's one version does not say what the current guidance is. It does not say don't go above CPI. It says we should focus on that. That's important. But then it lists quite a number of things that say if these are the case, then those justify going over the CPI. So the scenario that you painted where if one class goes up, then you have to shrink another one, would not apply in this case. I think that's pretty clear.
I sat at the table, it will apply. We can sit here and dream this up all day long and say, no, it's not supposed to be this, and intent is this. When we sit at the table and they have this to lean on, and by they, I mean the person across the table from us has this to lean on and the ability to say, I have this, I can't exceed this, we have no option. We were forced with that option. I can tell you what will happen again.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Good stuff. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carr Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. Walking up here, I heard a lot of laughter, but when looking at what the process is in this regard, I'm not laughing. I did review the S and S1 versions that you have here, not just the one that you had originally, and it's more of the same. The concerns I address to you is this, key one, is number one, when a contract's being when you open a discussion on negotiations, before you open discussion negotiations, you go and put on the record a public hearing from the public of the existing contract. People shouldn't have to go and do a records request and then appear before you and say, these are what we think, good and bad or whatever. The public, not just the unions, not just labor, but the public at large. This is not what any of these represent. In Wasilla, they have that respect. And the end result is this. You hear from the public, and then after closing that public hearing or more, you go into negotiations. What's the problem with that? Where's the transparency in that compared to what it is with this? The other thing is I couldn't help but notice is this. Wouldn't it be nice right now to put on the record what negotiation dates are coming up, which contracts are ending when, what year, what month? Wouldn't that be really nice to have right now? Is something coming up a month from now, 2 months? What is the rush and situation? In the case of the Valley and Wasilla, they go and present the item on the record, public hearing, many months before the contract ends, so allows for time and negotiations. So what are we talking about right now? We're talking about guidelines. You got SNS1 version here, but you don't connect the people for them to be allowed to go before you and say, this is what we think about the existing contract before you go into negotiations on a new contract. And that closes my remarks. And again, I don't see anything laughing about the comments from the audience. This is a sad case of extreme lack of transparency for the public to understand what the cost is, what those contracts are like. Everyone should see them, not just certain people, and allowed to have their opinion. Thank you with 28 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Oh, sorry. I don't want to be first.
Mr. Weddleton?
I guess it's pretty clear. I think we have a better version in the S1, so I recommend no vote on this so we can give some real guidance. And I hear the fear. I mean, this one to me just says, oh, here's a bunch of things to consider. And I think we really would just be better off just not having any guidance and just revoke the 2010 guidance. I mean, this is, particularly the paragraph 2, you should take into account workload, productivity. I've got these in S1. Cost of living measured by the annual increase in consumer price index. I mean, that's not really clear which the last quarter, last year. It's extremely volatile. I mean, we saw a 3% this year, but it was 0.4 and 0.8 and bounced around. So if you're a union that happens to be in a 0.4 year, well, you're not going to get much of a raise, assuming that you really pay attention to this feature. Municipal economic feasibility, well, how is that defined? Our reality is the tax cap, which is less than the CPI for the last several years because our population is dropping But that's not clear here what that would be. It's very unclear. Relevant market comparisons. I mean, do we benchmark our pay to Omaha, Seattle, Tulsa? I mean, what does that mean? What are you going to use that for? So there's a lot in here, but there's really no clear use. If it's guidelines, how do we use these things? What do we do with those? I think we'd be better off not even including them then, which I think was someone's request. Just say, be careful with money. So anyways, I don't see how this could possibly work from either side. And if there's a fear of interpretation, this is wide open for wild interpretation. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I urge support of this because I think this is exactly what it's entitled. It's guidelines. It allows flexibility and adaptability between the bargaining parties. I hear Mr. Weddleton, and I understand his desire for possibly specificity, but when we even start to spell out what things mean, they become prescriptive. I was not shocked, but surprised to learn that when we had the work sessions and hearing from the municipal negotiator that, these were hard and fast rules almost. They weren't guidelines. And to me, guidelines are supposed to guide the narrative, or guide and set the tone for the parties coming to the table. As an attorney, that's how I've always approached a negotiation. It's how I approach a negotiation and a conversation and a discussion about important things across all types of areas. So I urge the support of this because I think this sets the parties in a great posture to come up with things that work for them that in the end will make everybody happy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I agree with everything that Ms. Alatel stated. I also want to add that we've heard several examples, both through the work session and the public hearing today, where the current guidelines are just frankly too strict and do not give the flexibility that's needed to find efficiencies and consider cost-saving measures. The guidelines that we have in this S version both benefit the taxpayer and benefit the workers, which we represent all of them, all of the above. So I urge a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I just am agreeing. I served on the school board for 4 years and was very familiar with the negotiations that went on there. And I feel like it's really important when you start a negotiation to have a broad ability to begin the negotiation, and I think that this version captures that, and the version that the S1 version feels too restrictive. So I urge support on this version. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting in support of this version, though I very much appreciate what Mr. Weddleton is trying to do by identifying specifics. I think this does give greater flexibility. It provides guidelines. And I also like that it provides specific flexibility, though, about contract duration. I think we need to keep the pay penalties, and that when a new payroll system is being considered, that should factor into that decision in terms of the business case and the risk factors. We had very few pay errors before SAP. I believe we will look back at this as a temporary period, and this is not the norm. So I will be voting in support of this version. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty enthusiastic about the S1 and the kind of work that Mr. Weddleton virtually always does. It may be nearly irrelevant, but the testimony from the bargaining units that kind of everybody in the classification ought to be paid the same, and it causes stress. All other things being equal, yeah, but that's not our business You know, it's not our purview, in my opinion, but a business has to be able to reward and attract people based on how important they are to the enterprise, how difficult it is to replace them, and so on and so forth. When I worked in the oil patch, always on surface equipment, the painters were upset because they didn't get the same pay as the millwrights. Well, the word in the oil industry, if you work with your hands, if you don't have crude oil under your fingernails, you're just a cost center. You know, they were paying attention to the mainstream of their business. So, so we shouldn't be making any part of our decisions on, making people feel good. They choose to choose a job and accept one in a particular category, and if it feels uncomfortable because the guy at the other end of the room makes more money, that's kind of the way the world is, and not our responsibility to solve. Thank you. I said that poorly.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I plan on voting for this S version, and we're trying to establish general labor relations. So this is like a 10,000-foot view. This isn't the close-up view. We don't want to get into the details. I don't believe we want to get into micromanaging, negotiating these contracts. That's why I think it's important that we pass the S version instead of the S1 version. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like some of the things in the S1 as well. So I actually have a question from Mr. Weddleton, if you would so indulge me. Thank you. So, Mr. Weddleton, my question is, if there were any components of your particular version that you could pull out and add to the S version, what would they be? For me, one of them would be maybe a finer tuning of number 7, but anyway, I just thought I would ask if you thought there were components of all the many things you had in yours that would actually be, would it just help to make the S version a little better?
Well, I actually went the other way, as I pulled from the S version and just put it, for the most part, in a different order and explain things on how they might be used. So I'm not sure what I would pull out. I mean, you know, you say 7 penalties for errors in pay. I mean, we just saw that what we had been negotiating in good faith put us in a $2-point-something billion hole. Clearly, negotiating in good faith can get us by accident into a really bad place, and that could certainly happen again. If someone hacked our system and we were down for a month or more, we'd have some pay errors to fix up. And I appreciate the unions negotiating something substantially less than $2 billion. That was very good for everyone. Thank you. But you know, I'm sure when people negotiated those penalties, they weren't thinking where it could lead. You know. So anyway, I wouldn't pull anything from this. I mean, I think it's pretty clear the S is going to pass, and this is history. But I appreciate it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 10-1. We now have before us item 13B, ordinance number AO 2019-141, an ordinance authorizing adoption of Port of Alaska Terminal Tariff number 9. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? All right, I'm handing the gavel to you. I gotta go.
Public testimony is open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no members of the public who wish to testify, public hearing on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Zelatel.
Yes, I would move Constant and Zalatel Amendment number 1.
Second.
May I speak to it, Madam Chair? Thank you. This amendment requires annual reporting on the tariff rate, revenues generated, port users' comments in response to rate increases, and relation to and status of capital projects. Particularly for me, this is important that we have an annual report and that we're thinking forward about how we're going to finance the capital projects we know we're looking to undertake through the Port of Alaska Modernization Program, and whether or not the tariff should adjust to include a plan towards saving towards those intended capital projects. So I hope you can support the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So there are 2 points on this amendment as well that I would make. Maybe Ms. Zelatel made them, but I want to reiterate them. That one, the assent report that we have recommended that we find ways to work more closely with the stakeholders in the port process. And what we decided in this conversation was to, allow the Port Commission annually in September an opportunity to review the revenues, grants, and other funds that may have come in as a surprise or kind of as anticipated but not previously calculated, to determine the question of in November and December, should we, the Assembly, have a conversation to tip down the tariff? And so we're actually giving the users, through the Port Commission, a meaningful opportunity to ensure that we aren't just once in 10 years raising these tariffs and having a bunch of cash. So the idea is to give the users, through the Port Commission, a clearer voice. And then the second part that Ms. Zelatel really refined here was, or maybe it was Mr. Gates, I'm not sure where this exact language came from, to allow the users a section in the port's annual report, which will be a very meaningful way of them participating in the conversation over the long term in both direct, current ways and in the historic record. So this has been vetted by the administration. Feel free to ask if they support it, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, this looks fine. I'm just curious, September, it seems like all the financials will be done in the spring. I don't want them to have to go do a whole new batch of financials. Is there some reason in September?
Yeah, if I might. It's we tend to review the tariffs at the end of the year and setting them for the next year. And at the end of the year, we will have as much information as we're going to on new revenues through the grant season, which is often in the spring and sometimes in the summer and fall. And so I think it probably could be either time of the year, but because we do address the tariffs towards the end of the year in setting the revenue budgets for the next year, it seems natural to do it early enough that they can meaningfully have a conversation and then hand us the records.
I got it. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote. We are voting on the amendment, not the item. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, the motion passed 9-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We now have before us the main item. Is there any further discussion on this item? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The Port Commission, the port users, the administration worked hard to present to us a tariff case. We've had a number of work sessions on this. This goes a long ways towards finishing the petroleum and cement terminal and helps us make progress towards the goal of seeing a wholesale reconstruction of the port through the Port of Alaska Modernization Project, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 9-0.
Madam Chair, Mr.
Mr. Dyson.
signaled an affirmative vote.
Can we include him? We now have before us item 14A.
Actually, Madam Chair, can I have a moment? Mr. Rebuffo, can you come to the front?
Certainly, Mr. Weddleton.
You can stand here. I have a gift for you. Every Assembly member got a personalized copy of this, but on December 4th, a comic book that is based in Anchorage called 20XX, and it describes Anchorage in the very near future. And the splash page was a picture of Anchorage in fairly dire straits, and you'll notice the port is gone. So we are complaining about we might have trouble. So I thought if Steve posted this in the port office, and if anyone ever questions what it would be like to lose the port, you have something to point to. And this is also signed by the artist and the writer of the comic.
Signed and numbered.
And numbered, very limited.
Very limited.
90 here. The Assembly members got a special version. It's only 35 made. They're personalized, but you get a framed version.
I accept this on behalf of the entire port, and we will hang it in an appropriate place. I promise you that.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Madam Chair, one last thing before we move on.
Yes, Mr. Thompson?
Thank you. If anyone's still listening related to the port, I'll just reiterate that on the 24th, there will be a work session relating to the Ascent report on the port. And so we're going to take the next step, the 24th of January, yes, not of December. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. This is our last meeting for the year.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move us on. We now have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2019-410, a resolution approving administrative agreement AMEA AA number 2019-01 between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, Inc., regarding 2020 and 2021 health benefit contributions. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Brandon Pfeiffer, again, president of the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association. And just a little background on what this is. We had contract negotiations many months back, and during those negotiations, we ran into close to impasse around health care. It was very difficult to come to an agreement. And negotiations ran many months long, cost both AMEA and the city extra money. And in the terms of coming to an agreement, or in the interest of coming to an agreement and getting, back to work and stop focusing on negotiating, we agreed to put health care to the side for that at that time and agreed to what we could agree on. And that's when we ratified that collective bargaining agreement. That collective bargaining agreement had a provision that some months later we would sit back down at the table and talk about health care only. After the time had cooled down and tensions had lowered and everything, we came and sat down to the table and talked about health care. And in one day, we were able to come to an agreement. The language in this AA is similar to the language in many other municipal contracts, brings us in line, actually, with what is currently the standard. And it was approved by our membership, 99%. So we strongly urge you to approve this because it is in the interest of our union, and is the interest of the municipality, and it's the interest of fair dealing and having similar contract provisions to refer to make negotiating and administration easier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2019-411, a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and the plumbers and steam fitters. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Constant, how do you vote? Yes. Mr. Constant votes aye. Yes, whatever. That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2019-425, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating and adopting HUD Community Development Block
Waive
Grant CDBG funding. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14D, resolution number AR 2019-430, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant when tendered of $1,323,361.85 from the Federal Highway Administration through the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund to the Planning Department for the 2020 Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Program. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 14E, resolution number AR 2019-431, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating when tendered $3,141,410 of a section 5307-5340 grant program from the Federal Transit Administration and appropriating $129,936 as a contribution from the 2019 operating budget area-wide general fund for municipal central service agency support to the federal grant fund to preventative maintenance activities, all within the Public Transportation Department. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Slivka here, who's, I'm curious on this. This is, as you all know, 5307, 5340 funds. These are the ones we split with the railroad. And I thought we heard, maybe, Lance, you're the one, that we weren't getting them. And this says when tendered, so is this like, might be 2 years from now, or?
Through the chair, no. We've got the grant application into the Federal Transit Administration. We're just waiting for them to return the grant application back to us. As soon as we get it, we don't have to wait for an assembly meeting in order to appropriate it. So this allows us to, as soon as we get it, we can appropriate it, and then we're not in a lag time, particularly since we're 4 weeks away from the next assembly meeting. Okay. So the money, it's already part of the AMATS program, and it's already money that we expect to get from FTA. We just haven't got it yet. That's why it says when tendered.
So is this what we were talking about at a meeting last week or something?
Yes.
It was delayed. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I urge support.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AR 2019-146, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 1.60, false claims and whistleblower protection, to clarify that only private parties are prohibited from initiating certain false claims act suits. Public testimony is not open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Metro Valley, and I'll be very brief. The title concerns me, and I'm saying, what is the ramifications of passing this, especially in all respect coming from the attorneys who's introducing this thing? What is the reason? I believe in openness and transparency, and the right for the public to question what's going on. And with all due respect, I hope there's no handicap in this law to prevent people to challenge and fight for openness and transparency, especially with the remarks I stated earlier in persons be heard request. Note the long road of passing and lack of compliance with the open meetings law and other laws that I noted. So with all due respect, what's the rush on this thing? I think there needs to be a further examination of what this all means, and I would encourage you to hold off passing this tonight, get a further explanation on the record in this room, not in City Hall, in those sessions as a work session, so the public has a clear idea what this all means. Thank you, with 1 minute and 47 seconds to spare.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I noticed that Ms. Wynn Pearson is in the queue, and I think she's probably ready to answer some of those questions that probably came up during the last speaker's comment. So anyway, and my question is, well, no, it's not a question, but I would say that it was kind of a bit of an unfortunate choice of words in the way the title reads, but anyway, I think there's a better explanation. So Ms. Wynn Pearson, please. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I might, and I realize I'm not sure if I'm procedurally appropriate, if I should wait until discussion.
Go ahead.
This is actually just a cleanup item. Mr. Falsey, this drafted this original legislation in 2016, and then in reviewing it, realized that it inadvertently was an overreach in terms of what was prohibited under the language of the code. It inadvertently could be read to preclude the municipal attorney's office from bringing certain lawsuits, when I believe the intent was simply to make clear that there couldn't be kind of two different types of complaints brought about the same thing. So if anything, this just expands the ability to bring these complaints. It had inadvertently precluded the municipal attorney's office from doing this, and it's just a cleanup item that Mr. Falsey actually just serendipitously noticed in reviewing this section of the code. Nothing triggered it. He was just looking through and said, oh gosh, reading that literally, this could prevent the municipal attorney's office from acting in ways that we would like to be able to act.
Thank you. Okay, would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to combine the public hearings for items 14G and 14H.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that motion is approved. So we've combined the public hearings for item 14G and 14H. And just as a forewarning, we're going to do the same thing for several other items that are coming before us. And for members of the public who wish to testify on this, you can testify on either 14G or 14H. If you can attempt to let me know which one you plan on testifying. If you do, that will help me in determining how many minutes you have. If you testify on just one item, it is 3 minutes. If you plan on testifying on both items, it is up to 6 minutes. With that, I'm going to read these items and then open the public hearing. 14G, ordinance number AO 2019-142, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage amending the Anchorage 2040 land use plan to change the land use map classification from open space to compact mixed residential low for 5 acres, located north of West Diamond Boulevard and east of Sand Lake Road. 14H, ordinance number AO 2019-143, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 10 acres from R1A to B1ASL with special limitations and R2MSL with special limitations for tracks 2 and 3, Poland Park subdivision per plat 2019-41.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on these two items. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one? Public. Oh, excuse me.
Hi, hello. My name is Elizabeth Vasquez, and I am testifying on behalf of the Sand Lake Community Council tonight. I am Vice President. I will be addressing both issues. First of all, I respectfully request that this matter be stayed. There is a pending appeal before the Board of Adjustment, and therefore, any decision on this matter before the appeal is decided would be terribly a miscarriage of judgment, a miscarriage of justice. And there are many, many reasons why we filed the appeal. I do not have the time to go into every detail. Our notice does go further into detail. First of all, the process has been flawed. There's been lack of due process, transparency. The timing itself, considering this important matter, is questionable. A week before the holidays, when people are busy attending holiday parties, doing the holiday shopping, preparing for trips, etc. A very awkward time for the regular person, the regular resident in this community to participate. It also seems that it's a done deal. The Planning and Zoning Commission has already requested a site planning from the individual requesting this rezoning, this enterprise, this business. The concerns of the citizens of this area have been ignored. The packet you received states erroneously that there were no comments by the Sand Lake Community Council. Indeed, the evidence and the facts show the reverse. We do have comments. On June 10th, the Community Council had a meeting. We voted on this issue, 31 against, 5 for it. So it was overwhelmingly a no. Then September 9th, we had another meeting, the Community Council. In that meeting, we passed a resolution overwhelmingly objecting to the rezoning. And there was a lot of discussion with regard to this type of rezoning. This is a major rezoning. I have walked this area many, many times over the years. I have lived in this area for about 22 years, going on to 23 years. So I'm very familiar with the housing in this area. It is all single-family units, presently zoned R1A. And it is very interesting. The change is major. It will allow up to 15 housing units on 1 acre. That's the change to R as in Robert, 2M as in Mary. The other change is a BIA, which means it would allow a small-scale commercial. This is all totally inconsistent. I have lived in the area long enough to hear the developer make promises that this around 80-acre parcel total that was previously used for decades, by the way, to excavate gravel, and so it's had a good, useful mining history. But it's in the process of reclamation, and so the deal that was told to the community was that this would be held as a park area, open space. There's lots of discussion in previous documents over the years how this would be held as open space for parks and a clubhouse. Well, over the last several years, the developer has been creeping up the line. It's as you say, the camel's nose under the tent. And this zoning is not consistent with the surrounding area. The infrastructure is not adequate. The schools in this area are overcrowded. There have been serious water issues that the community has wrestled with. And there's even the question of the viability of building on this soil. This 5 to 10 parcel, by the way, is surrounded by 70-plus acres of open space. Beyond the open space, you have single-family dwellings, so it is not in a commercial area. Now, a mile away, this proposed zoning would also hurt the commercial parcels that exist in our area, and that is we have down the road the Car Safeway strip mall. We have the strip mall, and that strip mall is half full. We have 3 other strip malls. One is anchored by Northrim Bank on the other side of Cars. We have a strip mall that's anchored by True Value. We have another one that's anchored by the Holiday gas station convenience store. Further down, we have Four Corners that has 2 strip malls. One is anchored by True Value, the other one by Kaladi's Coffee Shop. And further down on Northwood and Raspberry, we have a convenience store and Holiday. So the community does not lack commercial resources such as gasoline stations, convenience stores, and grocery stores, et cetera, et cetera. We even have a cannabis shop that's opening, Mary Jane's, in one of the strip malls. So we have liquor stores, et cetera. So it is... It's been a very interesting process to follow. There's a lot of a sense of it's a done deal, and it lacks transparency. But most of all, there is an appeal before the lower body to be adjudicated and decided. And we respectfully request that that be first decided upon and considered before this whole body rules on this. And it is a fundamental law of administrative law. Administrative law is the area of law that deals with government bodies, whether it be a local, state, or federal bodies. It's a fundamental tenet that the bigger body or the final adjudication is held off or held in abeyance until the lower body's appeal is decided and set forth. And that's all I have to say. We do have many concerns. I know this sets forth a lot of things, a lot of the conclusions we feel were not totally supported by the evidence, such as that there is a need for more housing, when in fact the population of Anchorage has declined slightly in the last 10 years. The U.S. Bureau of Census and the Department of Labor in Alaska both predict that we're going to have a leveling off of population growth, if not a slight decline for the next 20 years. So there is no immediate need to have additional residential or rezoning to have high-density dwellings in the area. Are there any questions?
Yes, there are.
Yes.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over here. Thank you.
Yes.
So do you understand that planning and zoning didn't ask for plans already, but said that when it's time to develop the plots or the lots, that a site plan review would be required, and that those have to conform with the West District Anchorage or the West Anchorage District Plan?
Well, it's our understanding that the site plan already has been ordered, even though there's an appeal before the adjudicative body, so.
I think there may be a misunderstanding in what you understand and what planning and zoning recommended, which is that if this rezoning goes forward, that then the developer would have to submit a site plan to be reviewed, which would be a public process before anything else could be done, and that that site plan would need to conform with the West Anchorage District Plan.
But excuse me, that would not reverse the rezoning that is being proposed here. I mean, once it's rezoned, it's rezoned. I mean, I don't think that this body would reverse itself down the road. I mean, I have not heard of this body doing that. So once it's rezoned, and these are really fundamentally different rezoning from a single dwelling R1A that allows up to 3 to 5 housing units in 1 acre, all the way to R2M that allows up to 15 housing units on 1 acre.
Okay, I think I understand that there's a misunderstanding, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you.
One question. Did the community council vote against both changing the land use map classification and the proposed rezone?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Both of those? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez, you mentioned that the community's intent for these properties would be that they would be held as open space, park, or green space. So are you suggesting then a taking from this private property owner?
This property owner has monetized that property over the last several decades by excavating gravel and selling that gravel to the community in other places in the state. So it's not, well,
We take it.
huh?
Are you suggesting we take it so it can be?
I think that Plan B should be just to have the R1A zoning. I don't think the community is objecting so much to that as to this major proposal. I mean, that's a big difference when you can put 15 dwellings on 1 acre. That's high density. And when you can put commercial, have commercial activity, that would definitely dramatically transform the area. And, these parcels are surrounded by that 70-plus acre of open spaces, and beyond that, and I have walked this, so I'm very familiar, it's all R1A, and I do not...
No, thank you. I heard that, and I just was curious on what principle we would hold that land as park or green space. But thank you. You answered, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
You've appealed to the Board of Adjustment, and I just was curious. I've never heard of that process. I mean, in a case like this, the community could get together and file a protest, and it raises the bar for passing a rezone. But I think if Ms. Wynn Pearson could address that, the Board of Adjustment is simply not related to this, is it?
Through the chair, that's correct. I mean, the Board of Adjustment will have to issue its own decision about its jurisdiction. I'm not sure if they've done that yet. Either the clerk or the Assembly Council may be able to respond to that. But the Supreme Court in the state of Alaska has deemed rezones to be legislative actions which are not appealable through the quasi-judicial process. So they're not a quasi-judicial decision which can be appealed up the chain, the appellate chain, to the Board of Adjustment or to the Superior Court. The buck essentially stops here with this body at making the legislative decision about whether or not to rezone the property. That's in contrast to some other states where rezones are deemed to be quasi-judicial and appealable, but in Alaska the Supreme Court has spoken and is clear that rezones are legislative acts, which again end with this body's decision.
All right, thank you. So I guess the question is, where did you hear that you should appeal to the Board of Adjustment? Where did that notion come from?
Well, actually, we've been trying to grapple with how to appeal. The paperwork doesn't make it clear how to appeal a process. I'll be frank with you, the ordinance, I'm an attorney, and my expertise is in administrative law. I'm not an expert in zoning and planning issues, but I am very familiar in reading regulations, state and federal, and frankly, your ordinance and your process is quite a morass to understand, even for me. I can't imagine someone who is a non-attorney to try to seek redress or seek some remedy how to grapple with the issues. And I strongly suggest and respectfully suggest that this body review your procedures so that it is more transparency and that the community itself would feel that they're given proper due process and voice. I mean, what really concerned us is the packet you received states point blank that the Sand Lake Community Council had no comments, and that's contrary to the record. I mean, that's contrary to what has happened. The facts speak for themselves. We had 2 meetings, and also back in August 16th, there were 211 hearing notices mailed, and 28 or 38 were received back, and they all oppose the proposed rezoning. So, I advocate for more transparency and due process and understanding so that the community can be more involved and be kind of know that they're getting a fair shake, so to speak.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I could make one comment.
Sure.
I believe you have a neighbor in the area, Carol Ashlock.
Yes.
She knows how these things work backwards and forwards better than anyone, having been involved with them quite a lot. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I see Mr. Gates in the queue. I think maybe he could go first. I bet he's going to answer the question I'm thinking of.
Mr. Gates?
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to say I agree with Ms. Wynne-Pearson, and I've reviewed the case law on rezonings in Alaska, as well as our code. I'm the counsel to the Board of Adjustment, and I have seen the notice of appeal, and I've advised them that the board doesn't have jurisdiction. I don't think the board has made a decision yet, but that's my advice, and I really don't see a lot of counter-argument to it. So I wanted to mention that.
Excuse me, we have not received notice that you have rejected our appeal. So,
thank you.
I mean, I would have mentioned it had been rejected, but we have not received notice. I checked my emails this afternoon, and I
I
have
think
not
what
got
Mr. Gates was saying was it's his legal analysis,
Oh,
and that
okay.
when you do go before the Board of Adjustment, that they will make that determination.
Okay.
With that, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify?
Yes, I would.
Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for your time and consideration tonight. My name is Carolyn Cookerts, and I am a member of the Sand Lake Community Council and the Kincaid Elementary Parent-Teacher Association. As Ms. Vasquez mentioned, there was, in our opinion, an appeal pending before the Board of Adjustment, but I think that's been discussed here. So the only comment I would say on that is that the reason an appeal was filed to the Board of Adjustment, and actually we filed one to the ZBEA too in our confusion over where to appeal one, is my understanding, and I actually have documents from an Assembly member up here tonight that says the Assembly leans very heavily on the recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I can see why. The Planning and Zoning Commission is the body before it takes the more specific facts and takes a look at them, because you guys have so much to deal with. And that is why an appeal was made, because we felt that there was such a sharp injustice at that Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and that so many things were flawed, the decisions and the recommendations, that is why we gathered more than $2,000 and met for night after night, myself just a single parent, and tried to put together points for this appeal. That being said, that's why those appeals were filed. As I admit, I'm just a normal citizen and didn't know quite what to read or quite what to do, but trying anyway to represent my neighborhood as best possible. The appeal, very briefly, I'll just go over some of the points that were in it. It says that the need for the rezoning is based on the fact that more housing is needed in Anchorage. Specifically in the Planning and Zoning recommendation, it says affordable housing. One of the things that I would like to note here is that I have a picture. I have a picture of the fill that's going into the gravel pits as they're known. In that fill, you can see stripes where it has destabilized, either just through the weather or through earthquakes. I have spoken with a couple of structural engineers who are certified in the state of Alaska, and they say that that fill is not suitable to build on, and that in order to get it to a place where it would be suitable, it will cost an incredible amount of money. That amount of money would not make it affordable housing. I have also been privy to communications between some Assembly members up here tonight who have said that, well, it's not the need for affordable housing, it's the need to redistribute the population in Anchorage, that some neighborhoods are too heavily populated where others are not. They would say that it just seems that it is, I forget exactly what the word is, but I have the email if anyone would like to see it. And that's according to the U.S. Census and according to the Alaska Department of Labor and Workforce Development, the population of Alaska, and Anchorage specifically, is set to either be flat or decline all the way through the year of 2045. I am happy to share those calculations with anyone who would need them. Therefore, additional housing in Anchorage is not needed. When the 2040 land use plan and even the 2012 West Anchorage District Plan were written, it was a different situation here. But we all know that things have changed significantly over the past couple of years. Which brings me to my third point on that. Apparently at a work session on Friday, the Anchorage School District provided a report saying that Sand Lake Elementary School and Kincaid Elementary School, which are the two elementary schools closest to this area for the additional housing, that they are the two most overcrowded schools right now in the entire Anchorage School District. They said that they in their projections that the student population will drop so much as to put them back, instead of being in the 600 ranges where they are now, that they would be back down to about 450 to 500, which to me represents a loss of about 250 to 300 students in that area. If that is the case, then once again we are back to my housing question. If the schools are not going to be overpopulated, then who is going to need to move into this dense housing? I would just like to know that. I do have an 8-year-old daughter as a single mother. She's sitting out there right now, bless her heart. Have to do a shout out. But it is one of my concerns. She is in a class of 29 kids in the 3rd grade. Some days I ask her, did you tell your teacher this? And she said he didn't have time to listen. And what I understand is the Lucy Pits, not to bring those back up here, but I will since it's a very similar situation, they promised to build an elementary school and a middle school in the West Park District. Now, I understand the school district did purchase the land. The transfer was done last year in 2018. However, there is no money in the municipality of Anchorage's 2020 to 25 capital improvement plan that I saw on the website. So that means that our schools are not coming. And I believe Mr. Weddleton here was actually a champion of making sure those schools were there and required the developer at the time to post signs saying that a future elementary school would go on that site, which is why my family purchased property in West Park. Well, we're 15 years down the road and that has not happened. And that's another reason that I'm concerned for this. I don't want to take any open space. I heard that question and got concerned. I just want to see the land built on as it was zoned for, single-family homes. That's what's in that neighborhood. I wouldn't mind a tiny cafe. We don't need a gas station or convenience store. That's 1 mile up the road. Also, there is no public transportation going to that. It is my understanding from the West Anchorage District Plan that if you're going to have mixed low-density housing, mixed residential low to medium density housing, that you have to have either public transportation there or a development that already has multifamily use. Well, if you look at the plans as they are, and actually it was in the planning department's report, all the parcels surrounding this parcel are R1As. Those are single family, 3 to 5 houses per acre. I don't want to look at a gravel pit. I don't want my daughter playing near a gravel pit. I'd say let's get rid of the gravel pit. Let them make some money off of building housing. But I ask not for the higher density. Thank you for your time and your consideration tonight.
Thank you. I have one question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
You have done really good homework. That was over 10 years ago. But I think when we did that, we knew it was a long-range plan to set that aside, and I thought it was very smart to have those school sites right next to that. It's a sand pit at the time.
I would agree, Mr. Weddleton.
It's good. So I think eventually there will be schools there. I'm puzzled again. Been through a lot of rezones, but the idea of appealing to the Board of Adjustment puzzles me, and then to ZEBA. And where did the $2,000 come in? I mean, this...
It's a cost of $1,000 per appeal. There's a section on the website where you can look at that's Board of Adjustments. It's on the Municipality of Anchorage's website. And if you go under Board of Adjustments, it lists what you have to do to appeal. And it says you have to look at the jurisdiction. So we were kind of like, ooh, this involved the Planning Department and it involved Planning and Zoning Commission, which I understand the Board of Adjustments usually deals with decisions made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And my question at the time is, well, this is just a recommendation, but is that a decision? And if the Assembly relies so heavily on it, there must be appealable in some way.
Because I've been involved with it, all of that is completely wrong, and you went to irrelevant places and spent money on nothing. But it is that I've never seen such a thing. I would hope their money would be refunded. That money was accepted for something completely irrelevant to what they were doing. Is that who would know that? Is there some way? I mean, we took their money for something that can't possibly happen?
Through the chair, I think I might defer to the clerk's office on that. I don't know if the clerk's office has any comment. The Board of Adjustment is an assembly board, essentially. It's the delegated power of the assembly as part of the assembly department. I don't know that the code provides for it, but I assume that it's something that could be possible, but I don't know. I would defer to the clerk's comment on this.
Okay, well, maybe we'll put that off, but I just, something went way awry here, that you went that direction, and it's not fair that you would have to pay for it. So anyway.
I appreciate that, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify? And if you could help me with time management, just let me know if you're testifying on one or both items.
Hello, my name is Ryan Zins. I'm the Vice President and General Manager of Anchorage Sand and Gravel, and I'll be testifying on both. First, I appreciate everybody's time. I know we spent a lot of time and effort on this project, and I know there's a lot of passionate people. We've been very involved with the community. On this project alone, we've had 6 or 7 meetings with Community Council where we've been on the agenda. We had a barbecue at our facility so people can see where we're at. And I think I've heard it here quite a bit as misinformation or miscommunication, and I think I sympathize and I empathize with those people. First off, we have about 80 acres in South Anchorage there. And it was mined, and it is now being filled with deleterious material, basically unsuitable fill, so peat-type materials. So what we're talking about is in the corner of that facility, we have virgin or native soil that is good compacted soil that you can build on. And it's been in the plan for quite a while now to where that would be light commercial use. So we've adjusted that to add an additional 5 because it is native soil, and we've had actually our engineers here and consultants that have helped us down this path to make sure that we're following the right process. We're extremely involved with the community, and the biggest thing that we want is we want something right for this community. We're basically every community council meeting, and we have been for years. I mean, our company's been in business for about 80 years, and we pride ourselves in our transparency. You don't stay in business for that long by grabbing a quick dollar. We're in it for the long run, and that's our goal. And so we've had multiple meetings, informally, formally, and just to pick people's brains. What would you like to see in this area? Like commercial, coffee shop, things like that. And the other thing we've heard a lot through these meetings is we want to see a site plan. Well, I don't know what it looks like yet because we're still going through that process. And you don't want to invest a tremendous amount of money into something that's not going to pass a major site plan review, or if you don't even know you have the rezoning going through. So where we're at in the process now is we're ending our term there in the next number of years. And so this is just the process to get there. So we're not trying to slide something through really quickly. The next process will be a major site plan review. And that's going to go through planning and zoning. There'll be a lot of community input into that process as well. So, you try to reach out, you try to talk to a lot of people, and I understand people are very passionate and with what's going on, over here, but in the same aspect, we have a lot of employees that live in that area and just involved in the community. So we want to be as transparent as possible. And do you folks have any questions? I just really appreciate everybody taking the time. I know this is a passionate issue.
Thank you. I don't see any questions at this time.
All right.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? No. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Carol Ashlock. I live stone's throw from the property. You could spit and hit my front door. I've been there for about 30 years. My family's had that property for about 50. I had some comments I wanted to make, but first I think I'd like to address several of the things that were said here, possibly starting with John. Thank you for calling me out on that. When Sand Lake Community Council called me and said, we need somebody within 300 feet, which I am, who had testified at planning and zoning, which I did, I said, sure, I'd be happy to do that. There's a whole process there for each of those things, and because it had been changed recently, in, I don't know, the last couple of years, however it's been written, then they went the safe route and wanted to do each of them. That's fine. My understanding is if they hear it and deny it, then you lose the money. If you win the appeal, then the money goes back to the applicant. But I'm really surprised, John, I don't want to get into a debate about it. I mean, there are other projects of S4s being done, and you've been involved directly in them, and so is Suzanne, and there are appeals being done there. I don't know why you're so shocked that appeals are done to planning and zoning or the commission or the assembly. Some have been lost, but many have been won. Joan Priestley presented many of them. So it's not a new thing that people are unclear about, and certainly the public, I know you guys are all about that, need a recourse to be able to address something. I won't go through the whole appeal. Liz mentioned some of the points, but there is, of course I left my notes up there, but There is information that was not correctly presented when Francis read the report saying that the community did not respond. We can go back and look at those, including these emails that Austin's making reference to. But everything, we just downloaded again right before this meeting, the packet, right? Except for everything written in is negative. I mean, it's a huge, gross amount. West Park, and I'm surprised the HOA isn't here. They voted against it. Seacliff, Sea Terrace, all those areas, they're very concerned about it. And to address Mr. Constant's comments, it's not about giving land. If you go back and do a little homework and look at that, you don't have to do a title search, which we did to the beginning, but if you go back and look at that, it's already been marked and designated as open space. And when we allowed them 12, 15 years ago to start digging and dumping snow all night and beeping and smashing the shovels, with the agreement that that was going to be soccer fields, and we want to do a little clubhouse for the ball teams, we said okay, and now we're going to switch it. So it's not, an NIMBY, let me just take that land. And as John knows, and some of these other people here know, my own family are developers, but there's a right way to do it, and there's a wrong way to do it. And certainly if recommendations are made to P&Z, they need to be all the information. And if there's a question about it, then we ought to want to stop and take a look and see what that is. Now, I also brought, I had left my list back there, but I brought two other things for you. One was a letter written by an engineer who happens to be the father of Carolyn Cookerts that was head of HOA at West Park. He walked the property, I have copies for each of you, and took pictures, looked at the soils, had concerns from the beginning without even knowing what was happening. They had been out of state for some time. Saw severe cracks and crevices, saw garbage, which was denied at a community council meeting, being told, well, do you have a picture with you? I kept hearing people for 3 or 4 meetings complain about trash and tires and dump. This is what we're building on top of. And Sand Lake has been one of the greatest communities to suffer from the earthquake. Buildings sliding in. Nikki, that was head of the community council before, said, should I rebuild this? I said, you can rebuild it. What happens when your neighbor slides into you? Because it's built on sand. If you don't have stable area, what are you going to do? My own family bought gravel from AS&G. We backfilled Diamond Center 17 feet below. So after that earthquake, that's why we were the mighty fortress. And we had the leading structural engineer company come out 2 hours. They said this building did exactly what it should do. Maybe my dad overbuilt a little bit, but they knew what they were doing. So it's about that and paying attention to that. Okay? Nobody's trying to take anybody else's land or do anything else. But we deserve some equitability too. We have put money into our properties. We've spent time trying to develop that and take care of that. The other thing I want to give you real quickly is a map. So I just learned, while I'm part of Sand Lake, I'm not part of the West Anchorage District Plan. I guess I'm Bayshore. I have the maps for that because the condos right there at the gravel pits at Sand Lake, that line delineated is right there on Diamond. So when the West Anchorage District Plan, presented their questions about what input you want to have in this asterisk that everybody's referring to that they've really stretched the point on. Really great interpretation. We had no opportunity for input, yet we're the ones that are the greatest affected. Why is that? Shucks, we've been there 30 years. Don't we deserve some consideration? And then I have one other comment for the attorney, Ms. Went Pearson. Your comments about rezoning are very interesting because there are a couple of cases in Homer alone that have had the zoning overturned. So I would suggest to you strongly to take a look at that and some of the other cases that have happened here in Alaska and been rendered by, or decisions rendered by the Superior Court of Alaska. Because I'm sorry, that's not accurate. I'm not an attorney, but I have seen the law and I've talked to other attorneys about it. So you might want to get updated on that. Are there any questions?
Yes, we have one question. Mr. Weddleton.
All right.
Yeah, John.
Thanks for coming in, and I called you out of respect.
That's all right. I mean, I really, who wants a target on their back? But when they called, I said, yes, of course.
When I was referring to the appeals, it was the appeals to the Board of Adjustment.
Yes.
Those appeals, those are not where you would appeal this, I think, and a Superior Court would be one. And then, you had been involved with a protest before. So when I said appeals, it was to those bodies or not?
Oh, I know. There's the Board of Adjustment and also equalization. Actually, the lettering is reversed of what you wrote in your emails. But anyway, those two. But there's steps that build on.
Those aren't.
And that's the recourse that we have.
Well, no, those aren't steps in the ladder for rezones, is it?
Well, we'll take a look at the ones that we've had approved and see where they've gone, because you don't just start at the Superior Court. And that's how serious all this neighborhood is. And I'm not even talking about the people down at Skyview.
So, moving on, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you over here.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I can't see that
It's all
far
right.
away.
Thanks for coming out tonight.
Yeah, and thank you for answering
testimony.
your questions last time that we asked you about.
Yeah, thanks. My question is, I'm trying to get a better sense of the nature of the concern, and the whether there's a difference between the zoning in terms of the density of housing, as opposed to the concern around a business. Can you speak to that in terms of your understanding from the meetings that you've been at? Certainly, I've heard that there's concern about both, but is one more concerning than the other?
Well, I don't know why we have to choose.
Right.
I understand. And, you know, there's never less than 50 people at those meetings. It's more like 150 people that are at those meetings. And this is one of the reasons, you know, Suzanne combined these two. That was another point of appeal, excuse me if I may digress into it, on the P&Z stuff, because they put all three issues together. We only had a short time to address, and then they said, gee, we're going to approve it. We probably shouldn't have, but why did you not address that? It's very inequitable. You need sometimes to be able to look at these things. There are very different issues up here and changing the 2040 plan. Well, number one, for those of us that have been there for some years, and, you know, Liz certainly has been there for as long as I have, 30 years or so. But those of us that have been there, we go back and we went to those meetings and we remember the agreement, we remember the soccer fields, and we remember those things. Not just somebody's idea or somebody telling you, oh, it could be rustic goat, or these guys saying, hey, it could be hot croissants, that kind of thing. No. There was an agreement made. I wouldn't have stayed there for 12, 15 years listening to that. You know what it's like all night long, trying to sleep? You can't. But we said, okay, but we can do this because this is what's going to happen. So that's number one. Number two, to come in there, when in our good faith we allowed to have a clubhouse there, that's what that was supposed to be. Then they're trying to move commercial in. Oh, we're not going to call it a gas station, even though their engineers have told us that in open SLCC meetings, as well as really hot, up to 9-story multiple family dwellings. So I can be dismissed right after this about it, but I am here to tell you that's what the engineers told us. And you could say, oh, he's wrong. That guy's probably fired now, I don't know. But to then put in whether it's gas station, whether it's convenience store, whether we're going to use that terminology, we're going to go through loopholes to do it, nobody wants that there. And we have fought for years to have buses down there. They're not interested, and you know, our current administration, who's not here right now, you know, all they've done is cut back. I mean, shucks, my own family, John knows this, spent over $1 million building that bus station. That was our money, and we just did it because we thought it should be done. We're never going to have bus service down there. And I don't care if somebody here promises, you know. So that's a concern as well. We are there because a mile away are those services. We don't want those there. That's why we moved there. We would have moved to Midtown or wherever, you know.
The business services there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you very much.
And, you know, there's down on the other side of cars that's zoned. I mean, there's a lot that's zoned for that.
Thank you. Ms. McPherson?
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to comment.
I'm not
further
trying
on-
to be impolite, but I just want to tell you, please look those cases up.
I just wanted to offer some clarification on those. I'm familiar with those cases. Those that concern Mr. Griswold in Homer.
Yes,
And
yes.
the issue there's a distinction. Those cases concerned a direct action against a legislative act which was deemed to be spot zoning. So it's a little more complex than simply an appeal. There is no administrative appeal of a zoning decision. The recourse is to you all. So I just want to make sure that this body understands what you guys are doing here tonight, that if to the extent that people are unhappy with the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission concerning this rezone, the recourse is to the Assembly, to you all, who will make the final decision about whether or not to rezone this piece of property. That decision is legislative in nature. It is not required. It doesn't have to be decided within the quasi-judicial framework, and it is not appealable. There are direct actions which can challenge the acts of a legislative body on various grounds, constitutional and otherwise, and that's what Mr. Griswold has done in the city of Homer. There is some direct actions in Superior Court specifically challenging the process, the legislative process, but it is not in the posture of those actions is not in the form of an appeal to the Superior Court as an appellate body with the power to overrule either the decision of this body or the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. To the extent that's not clear, I'm happy to answer further questions, but I want to make sure that you all are clear on what your role is and what your scope of authority is tonight in this action.
Thank you. I think we're going into debate a little bit. I'd like to move on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The blanket statement that there was no appeal overturned ever.
Would anyone else like to testify? Yeah. And Mr. Potter, will you be testifying on one or both items?
Both of them at the same time, and I'll try and be shorter than a combined time.
Thank you.
My name is Tim Potter. I guess I'll just speak as a citizen tonight. Most of you know that I've been around planning in Anchorage for quite a while. So I'm not a consultant for Anchorage Sand and Gravel, but I was for about 35 years. And I'm very familiar with this site, the community, timeframes, everything else. I'm also co-chair of the AEDC Housing Subcommittee for Live, Work, Play. First, I'd like to put to rest the rumor that we don't need any more housing in Anchorage. One of the problems that we have in Anchorage is our aging housing stock. So if we choose to think that there's no growth or it's going to be flat, all of those units that are now 30, 40, 50 years old will be another 10 or 20 years older and needing to be replaced. The fact is that we need a diversity of housing. We need housing at the high end, million plus. We need housing down at the affordable level so that people within the marketplace can move from bottom up, thus freeing up housing for the next person to step in and get out of an apartment and into ownership and up through the process. So I will try and say very clearly that we cannot afford to listen to an argument that says, oh my God, the sky's falling, and everybody predicts that nothing is going to happen here for the next 20, 30, 40 years. Because if you listen to that, we will all rot and not have a place to live. And that's not desirable, and that's not what this community is all about. Secondarily, in 1982-83, I was first hired by Anchorage Sand and Gravel to do a conditional use permit to allow fill to be placed in the northern 40 acres of that 80-acre site. I can tell you that the southwest corner at Diamond and Sand Lake was never excavated for gravel. And when we went for the conditional uses for that, the Planning and Zoning Commission had gone through a significant process, including AWW establishing a baseline for the bottom of any excavation in the pits so that it could be served in the future with sewer and water. And on that basis, Anchorage Sand and Gravel, I did a plan because Planning and Zoning said, show us a plan for that 75, 80 acres so that we can take that into consideration in justifying moving forward. At that time we did. The southwest corner of that site was identified as a small commercial and multifamily place. Now, if there's been a commitment, an agreement, or anything as far as it's going to be baseball fields or soccer fields, it must have happened within the last 3 years because it never happened before that. I can tell you when we went back in for amendments to expand the fill going all the way south to Diamond Boulevard, excluding the southwest corner, which is already good buildable material, there is a restriction on the conditional use. There can be no habitable structures built on the organic fill. So, no houses, no apartments, nothing else that would be a residence would be located there. On the southwest corner, you could, because that was stable, good ground that was never excavated. As far as being a garbage dump, it's never been a garbage dump. Yes, there have been tree stumps, there has been concrete, there has been peat, there's been all kinds of stuff there that is unclassified fill. But that is where it's at. When we went back in for the last amendments to that, to fill all the way to the south, the basis of establishing the elevations of the final fill were based on a series of soccer fields that would be potentially constructed from north, and as the property continued to get finished off, they would be usable. And there was a parking area, as well as we did a plan for baseball fields as well. That would be a lot like Russian Jack. But it was only the basis of establishing what the fill would be so we could establish a drainage plan and final fill elevations that they could fill against. Many of you may not know or remember that, in fact, the southern part of the site was actually taken, it was selected by the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Assembly for the middle school site. And just before that deal closed, another property owner that owned the property where the current middle school and elementary site are said, economy is going bad. We'd like to sell this other part over here by the old Susky gravel pit on the west side of West Park as the middle school site. And that deal was done by the Anchorage School District. They pulled the plug on the approved site, went back through a system, got it approved to purchase and close on the other site. So that changed, obviously, Anchorage Sand and Gravel's plans. Okay, they're not going to buy it, so we have to do something with our property. The West Anchorage District Plan, initially in its draft
Mr.
form.
Potter, all your 6 minutes are up.
Okay. I will wrap it up.
Mr. Potter.
I'm serious. There's been revisionist history put out here, and the Assembly needs to hear this. And have I taken 6 minutes?
You have, yes.
Okay.
I
let me
don't
ask
see
you a
any
question.
questions, so if it comes up during debate, okay. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. Quickly, Tim, tell us what we need to know.
Quickly.
The West Anchorage District Plan initially, in its draft form, showed the entirety of that property as open space. We pointed out to a very young planning department staff that, in fact, geez, why are you making private property open space?
Cut out the editorial. Get to the point, please.
The point is that that corner has always been defined for something other than park, open space, or R1 district housing. There was always an intent to have a focused area of development at that corner. And if you do the math across 80 acres and look at what you can develop in 5 or 10 acres, the average density on that site is way low. That's what you need to know.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome. And if you could let me know if you're testifying on one or both.
On one, first one. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Tom Dreher. I'm with the S4 Group, and I represent the petitioner AS&G concerning surveying and engineering type issues. And in the interest of time, I won't go through all the stuff that you have, like the 110 pages of what we've already come up with and negotiated and dealt with the Planning and Zoning Commission and whatnot. But one point I just would like to clear up is that even though it is true as far as surrounding density or zoning, the area to the south is zoned R1, but it was actually built to more like an R2M type of density where they have at least 10 dwelling units per acre. And I think that's because it was built before that zoning was enacted or something. And then to the west, we have the same situation down in the southern section of West Park that zoned R1A, but that also has been built with duplex condos at about a 10 DUA density. And to keep in mind, even that area there is 600 feet away and 80-foot elevation drop. And to the east, we have Jade Park Baseball Field, zone PLI. And if you go to the north, it's zone R2M, built to mostly single-family homes, but that's 2,600 feet away and up 80 feet in elevation. And the same thing with west, going west, and then a bit north, and that's zoned R2A up there also, even though it was built mainly to single-family homes. But again, that's over 1,000 feet away from this area. So this has been a long process. We've gone to quite a few community council meetings. We had a community meeting at the Sand Lake Community Council on February 11th of this year. And before that, we met with the Sand Lake Community Council president just to show her exactly what was going on there and what we're proposing so that she could relay that to the community council in a clearer fashion. On June 10th of this year, we had another community meeting number 2. And in normally code, you only have to have one community meeting. We went ahead and had 2. And then on September 9th, 19, at Sand Lake Community Council, it wasn't a community meeting, but it was just at a regular community council meeting. We did a small presentation for them. So we feel like we've gone above and beyond. And then at all the community councils in between that, the ASNG folks are always there, ready for any questions, and they always have an answer. So with that, I'd just like to tell you that we do have the engineers here and myself here for any particular questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
So, Mr. Dreyer, I'm looking at the findings from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and in finding number 2, the amendment is necessary because the land was assumed to be unbuildable based on anticipated fill, but now the property owner intends to place engineering fill instead. And Mr. Zinn had said that that's actually native soil there and was not, what I understood was that it's native soil, not fill.
Excuse me. Yeah, there's part of it, the western 5 acres of the area that we're dealing with. That's true. That was not excavated. The eastern 5 acres of the portion that we're proposing to expand upon, has actually been filled with suitable building material up to strict engineering standards. They can only fill it up every 2 feet and compact. Excuse me.
Okay, so this finding is factual. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome. And if you can let me know if you're testifying on one or both.
Just the first one would be fine. My name's Grant Matthews. I'm a civil engineer for Triad Engineering, and I represent the petitioner. I would just like to clarify, I think there's been some confusion on the fill and some claims of settlement on site, and there's, as Mr. Potter pointed out, some differentiation between the northern 70 acres and then that southwest corner, the subject property. And that area consists of native fill or native soil, and then also some fill that is being placed under a fill and grade permit. It's being monitored. We have testing reports. It's gone through special inspections. There is an area where some sheet drainage caused some erosion, but no settlement on site has taken place.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome. And if you can let me know if you're testifying on one or both items.
Both, but I'll only need 3 minutes, okay, with respect. I'm just going to make a short statement. My name is Eugene Callahan. I live in the Matthew Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. I'd like to make one key thing to remind you, and you shouldn't have to be reminded. The Sand Lake community had great impact to them when the earthquake happened. We all know that. We also know, and I'm not saying all developers, but there was a problem with certain developers and how they handled the projects, and those people in Sand Lake were victims to that scenario. So one would be concerned is before proceeding with any development to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Number one, this does not happen again. People do not face that situation. That when redevelopment occurs or development, which had not any development before, but in development in certain lands that became open, we are careful. We look carefully before we proceed with development, especially with what happened in Sand Lake community area. Second is in reference is this thing. Because I attend a lot of meetings, there's no question about that among you, right? These side meetings that are in City Hall, the subjects on these ordinances were before you in those meetings. And you did have what we call, you reached out to people to address concerns, but that reach out was selective to who you wanted to hear. And it exempted others who didn't have a chance to speak on the issue. That's number one. And number two, that discussion is quite different in comments than what we're hearing tonight. And what's bad about that is the fact that so many people did not have the ability to know what was said there, and they would have had more ability to address here. And some of the comments that were said about notices, by the way, remember at that meeting, is like, we can't understand this notice that we got in the mail, and then the planning, representative of the planning department says is, all you have to do is call. Well, excuse me, but notices should be clear, precise, and easily. You shouldn't have to make a phone call, though a phone call should be available, but you should be clean, basic English. But the planning people were defensive. They were doing a good job. So that's the last point here, except to say this, is that I'm really confused in what was said here tonight versus what was said at that other meeting where I didn't have a chance to speak. And with respect, I'm getting close to that 3 minutes, but give me a little latitude here. You have a difficulty, and I have a difficulty understanding who's saying what is true and what is not true. Obviously, we're hearing tonight, in closing, strong concerns from the community council. But I didn't hear that at that meeting there, the numbers and all that was coming out. So with all due respect in closing, I would encourage you to delay on this thing and end with this comment. I'm not here saying that this development is bad or good. It may be the right thing for the community, but we should proceed with caution, especially what's happened to other people in the area. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. We'll start with item 14G. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved
and seconded. Mr. Constant.
I think there's some amendments to hold. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Mr. McLaughlin, could you come up for a minute? Thank you. The one thing that was said that I think I heard otherwise, and I would like established on this record, was that the community council's comments were not heard or part of the record. And I think I understand that you said they came in after the deadline and were included in the packet in another section. Can you just kind of help me understand that?
That's correct. For the record, the planning department's staff packet and department recommendation came out 2 weeks before the meeting, and the community council's resolution was provided to the department a few days before the meeting. And so what the planning department did with that was to send it to the Planning and Zoning Commission as late comments received from the community council. I held them above my head at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and we distributed it to the commissioners and made it available to the public and all that. So it's just, there's a miscommunication
And so then that's in our packet, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's in the record. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I'd like in a motion to approve, I'd like to bring into the record the Planning and Zoning Commission findings numbers 1 through 5 that you can find on pages 2 and 3.
Second.
Could you repeat the motion?
I'd like to bring into the record that our findings of fact would be the Planning and Zoning Commission's findings of fact 1 through 5 on page 2 and 3 of our document. I think when we do rezones, we should have findings of fact, and kindly the Planning and Zoning Commission does that for us.
So we're struggling with the motion. So are you incorporating?
Well, how is that done here? Looking at someone legal. I don't know if it's
so. The clerk advises me that it's a motion to amend the resolution to include those items that you're seeking, those findings of fact?
Okay, that would be the motion, to include the Plan and Zoning Commission findings.
Would you read the findings?
It'll take 15 minutes.
Oh, how about just the
They're in the
titles?
record.
Yeah, I know, but just so the public knows what you're talking about on the record. But you don't have to read it all, just summary.
Finding number 1 just says that the 5 approval criteria for comprehensive plan amendment are met. Number 2 says criterion A is meant that it is necessary because the land was assumed to be unbuildable based on anticipated fill, but now the property owner intends to place engineering fill instead. Criterion B is met. It discusses that is mostly 80 acres. It speaks in number 4 to the Anchorage 2040 plan support, and number 5 just speaks to the comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and so on, and that this meets those goals and objectives.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar on the amendment?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 9-2. We now have item 14H before us. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We have some amendments. Who wants to speak?
Any of us could, but, okay. I'll move Constant Quinn Davidson and Perez Verdia Amendment number 1 to item 14H. Cameron and I have heard from the community, and then Chris did as well through some of our work sessions, that fueling stations, gas stations were really an issue that the community was concerned about. So we'd like to add a special limitation to prevent those from being placed on the property. And there's a slight change to A, as you'll see as well, which just states that if there is a higher level of review that comes along later, that we'll use that standard.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes, I'd like to move Quinn Davidson Perez Verdia Amendment number 2. This amendment is consistent with the current West Anchorage District Plan, which requires that parking for B1A districts be placed, or B1A zones be located behind or beside businesses. So that's consistent with what we would have right now, but in case the West Anchorage District Plan were to change, adding the special limitation ensures that that's where the parking will be, so that you have a nice-looking facade, something like Rustic Goat or something, if it were to be constructed.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Zalatel Amendment number 3. Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. So this amends the just passed amendments, or changes the language in A to separate out the language about tracks 2 and 3. Previously, they were grouped together. Track 3 is the only one where the design intent of small-scale commercial should apply, as that's the potential commercial track, and the other one still requires within tracks 2 also still major site plan review unless a higher level is required.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
I move to amend to bring in Planning and Zoning Commission findings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. And those are on page 2 and 3.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to that motion?
These are very similar to the prior ones, and I left out number 6 because it talks about the overpopulation of schools not being in the commission's purview, and since we're not the commission, that doesn't make sense. But number 1 basically says it complies with the 9 approval criteria for rezonings. 2 is speaks to the various plans that are met by this. 3 speaks towards the need for more homes. 4 says it is compatible with the neighborhood and the traffic impacts will be evaluated. I'm summarizing here for people who are listening. 5, public testimony was heard that speaks to the compatibility and necessity of the rezone, but the plan shows the site as commercial and residential, and these maps matter. So basically saying we should follow our plans. And number 7 says this rezone is compatible with surrounding zoning and development, and discusses the 15 dwelling units per acre issue.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, on the amendment?
I'm sorry, I'm in the queue for no reason.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 9-2. We now have before us item 14I, ordinance number AO 2019-144, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 Land Use Planning subsection 21.04.050C.2 I-2 Heavy Industrial District district-specific standards in order to extend the deadline for rezoning certain lands in the South Sea Street Corridor and to clarify the status of allowed uses in the I-2 zoning district since the Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan was adopted in 2017. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar, how do you vote?
Yes, and good night.
Good night, Mr. Dunbar. Have a great day. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote? That item passes 11-0. Which of these two is the right one? This one's the right one? Okay, thanks. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. So, with that, our next item is 14J, resolution number AR 2019. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to combine the public hearings for items 14J and 14K.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, that is approved. Same as the last one, if you want to speak on this, let me know if it's one or both. Let me read both into the record, then I'll open public testimony. Item 14J, resolution number AR 2019-442, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a modification to a special land use permit for Raspberry Roots, LLC, a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M10856, doing business as Raspberry Roots.
Waive reading.
Thank you. 14K, resolution number AR 2019-443, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a modification to a special land use permit for Raspberry Roots, LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M10098, doing business as Raspberry
Waive
Roots.
reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on these items. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body? Starting with 14J.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
Just briefly, we did not review these or at the Community Economic Development Committee, and they're basically just changes in areas. I think it's a fairly successful operation. We've not seen really problems with violations with it, and this just reflects, I think, a successful business. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. We now have item 14K. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to combine the public hearings for items 14L and 14M.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the public hearing is combined. Same deal. Item 14L, resolution number AR 2019-437, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana retail license number M10236 for Alaska Sense LLC, DBA Kennebaska.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Resolution number AR 2019-438, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M10237 for Alaska Sense LLC, DBA Alaska Sense, the renewal of a state of Alaska marijuana license number M10237.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on these items. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. Starting with 14L, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
We reviewed these at the Community and Economic Development Committee on December 12th. And this was really just writing on did they get a valid certificate of occupancy following up on an action we took a few months ago. And they did get that, so that has been satisfied. And we have an amendment.
I believe the amendment's on item 14M.
Oh, it's the next one? My bad. Moving on.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I had intended to draft an AIM with the report from the Code Enforcement Department showing no violations, but because of timing and system challenges, I haven't done that. But I just want to insert into the record that for the municipality, we had no violations by any operator in the last quarter at all, 0, which is the first I can remember in quite a long time, which means that this operator, in fact, had none or 0 local violations for their operation, which is a very marked progress forward. So I just want to insert that into this comment.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Absent.
That item is approved 10-0. Moving on to item 14M, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, Mr. Weddleton, your amendment.
You want to do the honors? All right. I'd like to move Kennedy and Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Who wants to speak to it?
And this would, is it posted up there? This changes Section 1, Page 2, beginning at line 9, so it will read, the applicant shall appear before the Assembly Community and Economic Development Committee for the year 2020 for quarterly update, and then down further appearances before the committee instead of the Assembly. And this is to streamline our operations. We've done this recently, that it'll go through the Community Economic Development Committee first, and then if we think it warrants, we'll bring it to the larger body.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The amendment is approved 10-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 14N, resolution number AR 2019-445, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the restaurant eating place liquor license number 1866 for Chun LLC DBA Sushi and Sushi Restaurant.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 14O. Resolution number AR 2019-446, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest of restaurant eating place liquor license number 5450 for Dia of Alaska Inc. DBA Denny's.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Okay. Mr. Constant votes aye. That item is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 14P, resolution number AR 2019-447, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the restaurant eating place liquor license number 2783 for Jen's Restaurant LLC DBA Jen's Restaurant.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Constant, how do you vote? Mr. Constant votes aye. That item is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 14Q, resolution number AR 2019-448, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 3945 for Columbia Properties Anchorage Limited Partnership DBA Anchorage Marriott Hotel.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. You're good. I'm just so fast. That item is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 14R, resolution number AR 2019-449, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the restaurant eating place liquor license number 5498 for Girdwood Picnic Club, LLC DBA Girdwood Picnic
Waive
Club.
reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. Before we begin this next item, I need to declare a conflict of interest to the vice chair. On this item, it is the license renewal regarding Brown Jug Warehouse. I have been in communications with the Midtown Community Council representative who is here before us today, and during those conversations, I was made aware of conversations the Community Council representative and Brown Jug had earlier today, I believe, and also discussed conditions regarding this license. And I would ask the vice chair for a ruling to see if I have a conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And I would ask the Assembly or
Point of order. I don't know that that would be a conflict declaration or a declaration of an ex parte contact. I would ask the attorney for...
Thank you, Mr. Constant. That is exactly what I was doing, to ask Mr. Gates or Ms. Wynn Pearson if one of them would advise regarding Mr. Rivera's declaration.
Certainly. So as we previously discussed, when this body sits in its quasi-judicial capacity, you are prohibited from having ex parte contacts with the parties or members of the public outside of the proceeding. And generally how we've cured this in the past is we've had anyone who may have had ex parte contacts share the full nature of the ex parte contact and any information they may have learned with the whole body, because the prohibition on ex parte contact essentially it's sort of twofold in its intent, right? One is to make sure that the body has all of the information, that individual members of the body don't have different information when they're making the same decision. And the second is to protect the impartiality of the body. So on the first, I think that Mr. Rivera has shared any information that he's gleaned, and then what he's asking, I believe at this point, is for a determination from the chair of whether any part of this contact, in your opinion, in any way, would make it impossible for him to sit in an impartial position in this, in the context of this decision. I believe Mr. Gates is touching my arm and asking to say something as well, so I'll defer to him. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Mr. Gates reminds me that there is actually, because we're dealing with alcohol and not with marijuana, as we have been recently, there is a provision of the code that actually doesn't prohibit ex parte contact in when this body considers, in a quasi-judicial capacity, matters concerning liquor licensing. So I think there isn't even, I would say there is not even an ex parte contact to report. And thank you, Mr. Gates, for reminding me of that nuance in the code.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson, and thank you, Mr. Gates. It is my determination, Mr. Rivera, that you may continue.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and I think it would be very helpful to lay all of these things out in some type of memo to the body. But moving on, we now, actually, did you want me to? All right. So as I mentioned earlier, the next item on the agenda involves application for a liquor or license and or a special land use permit for alcohol. The process to review this item again is different than the Assembly's legislative role because this is an administrative or quasi-judicial hearing and requires the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. The next item is AR 2019-450. It's regarding the renewal of the package store license for Brown Jug Warehouse license number 1461 located on Old Seward Highway. The municipal code requires the clerk's office to send notice to all community councils on or before September 1st of each year, notifying them of the licenses which are anticipated to renew. If the community council would like to request a public hearing on a renewal, the council must submit a request for a public hearing no later than October 15th of that year. The Midtown Community Council submitted a timely request to the clerk's office on October 15th for a public hearing on the renewal of Brown Jug Warehouse license number 1461. The Midtown Community Council also submitted a resolution and supporting documentation. The resolution requests 3 conditions to be placed on the liquor license. You will see the proposed conditions under Section 3 of AR 2019-450. If the Assembly requires more time to review this AR, the Assembly has until our January 28th, 2020 meeting to advise the state if it protests or requests conditions. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this item, resolution number AR 2019-450, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska renewal application for package store liquor license number 1461 for Liquor Stores USA North, Inc., DBA Brown Jug Warehouse.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is not open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 28th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Salatel?
Thank you. We'd like to move to postpone this item so that we can have a work session about the circumstances brought forth by the Midtown Community Council.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I don't know how the body will go on this. I'm not supportive, but what I didn't see in the packet was any evidence to substantiate the claims, just innuendos, and there's stuff around here. And so if we get to the point where this is a yes vote, then I would strongly support some findings of evidence as opposed to just kind of innuendo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I want to thank the Midtown Community Council for your continued concern and willingness to work with licenses in the council area. This motion to postpone should not be interpreted as a negative or effort to shut down the license. Instead, this should be considered as a call for a conversation to address community concerns and strengthen ties to community, and I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so if we postpone this, what kind of effect is that going to have on the license? It doesn't lapse. They'll be able to continue to operate in the meantime. Is that correct? Mandy's not here.
Yes, is the short answer.
Okay. Are you sure?
Trust me.
Okay.
And Mr. Gates also gives a thumbs up. He's much more credible than I.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You just suggested that the delay of this matter shouldn't be interpreted as some effort against this licensee. But I want to read to you the box that's actually checked on the draft resolution. On page 2, way towards the bottom, I don't see numbers on this one, it says public health is checked. It says the operator has engaged in a pattern of practices injurious to public health or safety, such as providing alcohol to minors or intoxicated persons, committing serious violations of state law relevant to public health or public safety, or actions within the knowledge and control of the operator which place the public health and safety at risk. The Assembly has considered criminal convictions, credible proof of illegal activity, even if not prosecuted, police reports and testimony presented before the Assembly, written comments submitted prior to our and during our public hearing, and other evidence deemed to be reliable and relevant to the purpose of the subsection in this resolution. And so it's kind of stunning to me when I read this that that was the box that was checked, and that there's some implication that we're not saying we think they've done some harm. Because the draft document as introduced states we believe they have done some harm. And so for the next 2 months or month and a half, however long this conversation is going to take, this is a cloud hanging over their head that they are operating in a pattern of practices injurious to the public health or safety. And so with that, I just think that it's unfair to this operator without having established any record of criminal activity or other items that we would be even considering delaying this, because even though we suggest that we don't want it to be interpreted that way, the plain language is the plain language. So I just think that whoever drafted this took a heavy hand with their approach by putting this in this manner. And I don't know that it's fair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I agree with Chris on this quite a lot. I think when these resolutions come forward in this menu format that Manny developed, it would probably be better not to have the check boxes in there, and it's something that we could go through based on public testimony and written testimony and so on, rather than that, because I think Chris has been involved more with really egregious liquor stores, and that might apply. But, I don't think the Brown Jug Warehouse is anywhere near in that category. And I don't see anything before us that would suggest that. And I'm sensitive to, we have time, we could send it to the Midtown Community Council, but is there some way to do it? I want that checkbox off.
Can we amend that
when we
for
do
now?
it?
So I guess I'll speak to that. So we could amend that now, or we could amend that on January 28th. I don't think it makes that much of a difference.
I'd sleep better.
I think it does, because this is their name and reputation in the bold writing of our code. And so I would offer an amendment to strike the checkbox, and we can come back to that later. Was there a second?
Well, that's a second, but that's an easy one, I think, if you want to. Could that be made now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just made that motion,
Right, okay.
Okay.
Just uncheck it.
I see the chair looking at it.
So moved and seconded. Mr. Constant, did you want to speak to it?
I think I already did.
Okay. Then I'm just going to go down the queue and speak to that amendment to uncheck the public health box. Mr. Weddleton, did you want to speak to it?
No, Chris did a fine job.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, did you want to speak to the amendment?
No.
Ms. Alatel?
I will, but don't take me out of the queue, please.
Yep.
I will, because we often put things in our packets that frame the conversation for later. This would frame a conversation for work session. It is not the done deal. This is what's before us. The motion to postpone is so we can take this back to work session. And so that could frame this conversation if that checkbox is here. I don't believe it's an indictment against anyone. It's a suggestion, and it's a suggestion that we've moved to postpone so that we can have a broader and deeper conversation about. So I'm somewhat agnostic, but I think the reading into that box being checked is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the amendment.
No.
Ms. Kennedy on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I need to agree with Ms. Zolotel. Without that check box, there's really not any kind of even reason to postpone. We could just go ahead and approve it if there's not a question about what's going on. So I guess I would otherwise want to know what else you would put in its place. If you weren't to check that one, why else are we postponing at all? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, did you want to speak on the amendment?
I do actually, just to respond to both of those comments, that I would be fine voting on this tonight because there isn't a record established before us of these serious violations that are highlighted here. However, if that can be done over the next month, fine, but in the absence of that, we don't need a checkbox. We can have a blank box there. We can have all blank boxes. We can have whatever conversation we want to have about this until we pass it. And so I just think we are telegraphing to this operator and the community at large. And I have seen bad operations where you have sex trafficking and drugs and partying and drug dealing over the counter and all manner of horrible behavior. This just is not that.
I'll just put myself in the queue. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Constant spoke to what I was going to address. I'm in favor of unchecking the box and having a work session to discuss.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I think respectfully, I think Ms. Alatel was clear that she was not making that message. So I think it's unfair for you to insinuate that we are. I am not making such a message, and until we decide to approve or change this, none of us are making any such message. The message is made when we decide to approve the document or amend the document. So I think respectfully, I would like us to just leave it as is and use it as a discussion tool for when we have this. And just to correct Mr. Weddleton, I believe this is going to be referred to CEDC as the intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, can I speak to the amendment?
Sure, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I agree with, you might regret that, no, just kidding. I agree with Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Constant, and I think it sort of, I guess Mandy checked that box.
I don't know.
But
yes.
I think it's some indication that that's where we're leaning. And so I'd just rather have no check boxes, and we can have a work session and talk about it and figure it out, and then check whatever box is appropriate afterward. I just don't want to give the indication that that's where we're leaning.
Thank you.
Can I just speak on it briefly?
Sure, Mr. Weddleton.
I just, regarding if we uncheck it, why are we going on? And I'd say one thing, B here just refers to Midtown Community Council's request, and we would be postponing it to give them more time to work this out. So that's really, I think, the key reason to postpone is in B and not these check boxes. Were people really leaning towards a checkbox, I would say public safety speaks more to what we're dealing with, which is looking at comments submitted prior to or during the public hearing. You know, it's more what we're dealing with, not this public health issue. But I'd support no checkbox, but if you wanted one, that's where it would be.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further discussion, assuming no one in the queue wants to talk again, members may proceed to vote. On the amendment, yes. That amendment passes 6-4. We now have the motion to postpone. I'll just start from the top. Mr. Weddleton.
No, I think I'm okay postponing under these circumstances.
Thank
you. But you're asking comments on that?
Yeah, that's where we are right now. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I see some familiar brown jug faces, and I'm just wondering if you all have any opinion about the postponement and what it means for you.
My name is Erica Wilbert, and I work with Brown Jug. Erica Wilbert? Better? Okay. What it means to us is we have an opportunity to have meaningful conversations with the community councils in which we do business to help them with their concerns of their portion of our larger community and find a good working relationship with them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
So you're in favor of a postponement? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I would like to postpone so we can have those conversations and come to a agreement with the community council without actually having any kind of restrictions on our license. I don't think the restrictions are necessary for the business owners who operate properly within the cities.
Thank you. My question, and so my question wasn't originally to you, but you were there, so I asked a question. But my question, I guess, is I just didn't get the justification for the postponement, with the exception of wanting to have a conversation. That I would assume there's something beyond just wanting to have a conversation. There's an issue at hand that is sort of driving the need to have a conversation, and that wasn't shared as part of the justification for the postponement. So maybe you could share why we're postponing to have a conversation.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to?
Sure.
So, Mr. Perez-Verdia, partly it's so that we could actually, it's to postpone to go to the Community and Economic Development Committee. That was my mistake. Forgot to give you that heads up, Mr. Welton, and Ms. Kennedy. And second, there's some allegations and there's some concerns by the Community Council, and we want the opportunity to vet those in here. And we want to also continue the opportunity to allow the Community Council and the operator to work together to see if by the time we come to the CEDC, if they've got some solutions, and we can maybe consider their potential solutions as well. So that's the reason for the postponement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just a quick note also that if anyone has questions for the Midtown Community Council representative, Mr. Potter, he is here. Also, we have AIM 169-2019, which I believe Mr. Constant referred to earlier, that you can review, which talks about the Midtown Community Council's concerns. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you? Apologies, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I wanted, so pretty much I've spoken to the postponement, but what I want to say is as we postpone and if we postpone and we think about this, I appreciate Mr. Constant's experience and the things that he's had to deal with, but that's not necessarily where the bar is. So I want us to keep open minds as we move forward, and that we can hopefully give this the community council and hear from the operator and really evaluate this set of circumstances for what this set of circumstances is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. My experience is that the only liquor stores that have an impact in the neighborhood are generally ones where there's walk-up traffic. And is that the case at this site? What's the negative impact for the neighborhood?
Who are you asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dyson, my name is Tim Potter. Fortunately or unfortunately, I think I was gone that day, and they voted me in as the liquor and marijuana license chair of that committee. So the issues are plainly laid out photographically in the papers that we submitted.
So it's people hanging around the store?
I'll wait for the public hearing on that, but there's a variety of issues, and our preference as a community council is to work with responsible business owners that we believe Brown Jug is and voluntarily work out a memorandum of agreement. We were able to, because of the timing with AMCO requirements and clerk submittals, the timing gets really tough. So things have to be submitted by a certain time so Mandy can do her thing and meet all the requirements. We met for the first time
Tim,
since the community council this morning. We need more time. Brown Jug has been very responsible, stepped up, and we're going to work this out.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Part of it will be, as Safeway Cars or Cars Safeway did, indicated that they would be supportive of an activity to create a sub-district where the concentration of package stores is fairly high. I'm hopeful that Brown Jug will do the same thing. As far as discussing with them for an hour or more this morning, I don't think we're going to have any issues at the end of this, and it's going to work out well. I think that they were made aware of some situations and things happening that they may not have been aware of. And we're at the table, we're going to talk, and we'll be back here, and the community council will hopefully be in a position to have a memorandum of agreement, and the rest of the stuff will be noise in the background. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. That motion is approved 10-0, and that'll be back before us on January 28th with a referral to CEDC. We now have before us item 14T, resolution number AR 2019-451, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the brewery liquor license number 5860 for Magnetic North Brewing Co., LLC DBA Magnetic North Brewing Co.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 14U, resolution number AR 2019-452, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the restaurant eating place liquor license number 5858 and restaurant designation permit for Lime Leaf LLC DBA Lime Leaf.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 14V, resolution number AR 2019-453, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the restaurant eating place liquor license number 5857 and restaurant designation permit for Anchorage Age Center DBA Anchorage Senior
Waive reading.
Center. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Come on, Becky. You sure you don't want to say something? You waited here all night. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Good enough. Brief of words.
Thank you. Seeing
The
no
record reflects she said yes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0.
You know, Mr. Chairman, that it would be a compliment if they ID'd some of their clientele there at the senior center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to combine the public hearing for items 14W, 14X, and 14Y.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, public hearing is combined. Same deal, let me know 1, 2, 3. Let me read them all. 14W, resolution number AR 2019-454, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of municipal marijuana retail license number M14083 for Denali Fire Green LLC DBA Alaska Weeds, stating the Assembly's waiver of protest of the transfer of State of Alaska marijuana license number 14083.
Waive reading.
Thank you. 14X, resolution number AR 2019-455, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M14073 for Denali Fire Black LLC Denali Fire, stating the Assembly's waive of protest of the transfer of State of Alaska marijuana license number 14073.
Waive reading.
Thank you. 14Y, resolution number AR 2019-456, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of municipal marijuana manufacturing license number M14619 for Denali Fire Brown LLC DBA Denali Fire Extracts, stating the Assembly's waiver of protest of this transfer, the State of Alaska marijuana license number 14619.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on these items. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. Starting with 14W, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Dyson. That item is approved 10-0. Next, 14X, what is the will of the body?
Move. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. Lastly, 14Y, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 10-0. That concludes our regular agenda. Special orders, there are none. Excuse me, audience participation.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Dyson?
I want to speak, but you can do this first.
Yes, yeah, we'll go and do assembly comments. Welcome.
Very quickly, Tim Potter for the record. 2 items. First, when you get that one-page memorandum about your quasi-judicial stance for liquor licenses, I would really like to get a copy because that last go-around was very confusing. Second, winter solstice, December 21st, Cuddy Family Midtown Park, the skating oval. There will be activities, free sleigh rides, hot chocolate, everything. This will be our 10th or 11th year of putting on that event with Parks and Recreation and Anchorage Skates and the Alaska Speed Skating Club. So please come out, 6 o'clock. There's Christmas music, there's sleigh rides. It's a good time. So thank you. And it's free.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
You forgot to mention Santa hats.
Oh, yes. And if you're good, a very good, responsible business person in town is providing very inexpensive Santa hats for distribution to people that come. And I don't even know this year what people are gonna have to do to get hats. But if you show up, you might get one. If you win the best prize for the best lights, or the best sled, or the best toddler or baby made up, all that's possible. So, thank you, John.
Thank you. Welcome.
Russ Riedel from the Downtown Community Council and from a resident and business owner of Downtown Anchorage to the chair. I just want to wish you all a wonderful, wonderful Christmas and holiday season, however you celebrate it, and thank you for all your service this year. 2019 has been well received, and wish you all the best of prosperity next year. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. Okay, I'm sure you can, if you had a bet on what I'm going to talk about, most of you are probably going to guess what I'm going to say. This will make the fourth meeting that you had, regular meetings in a row, the same time with the school board meeting, same time. And one cannot help but notice the introduction for ordinances that you have tonight. One of them dealt with the issuance dealing with the school board improvements. And while the Assembly was holding their regular meeting dealing with the budget, the school board was holding their meetings dealing with the bonds. The public had no really fair chance. So now it's come to that your next meeting, regular meeting, you're going to be addressing and having a public hearing on that subject. The end result was the public's been divided. They didn't have a fair chance to speak there. They didn't have a fair chance to speak here. It needs to go back to the beginning, with all due respect. And my words also I've said is, you deal with more complicated issues, particularly tonight. But scheduling a meeting date and changing it away from Tuesdays and getting on another day and not in conflict shouldn't be that hard. And what the message is saying to the public is, if you cannot deal with some simple matter of scheduling a date, how can you deal with the others that are much more complicated? And for the record, your last meeting of the school board meeting, joint meeting, you had on the agenda, thank you, after several months going by, and there were other school board joint meetings that had happened with this issue, but was not dealt with. But you had problems that we talked about 4 or 5 minutes, and you let this thing go. And now we're in number 4 in a row. And this was noted back in July before they instituted this program that started in August. So that one, and then last thing for the record, my name is Eugene Carl Haberman with a C, and last name is Haberman. For the record, even my request to speak on tonight, which you granted, its documents clearly are typed and show my name. I respect my parents. They gave me this name, and this is what I want to use with respect to my parents. So please, for the record, use my name, Eugene Carl Haberman, C-A-R-L, Haberman, and use that. I respect my parents for giving me this name, and that's the name I want to use. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak before us? Seeing no one, we'll move to Assembly comments. I will start on this side. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. My intent is to wish you a Merry Christmas. But just an item of business in our packet, bills for introduction, was a bill on sales tax, completely committed to public safety. And I made a schematic that I think is useful. It's what engineers tend to do, is draw pictures. But it shows all the places in the criminal justice system where the lines are plugged up and overflow and leaks. And what Mr. Gates has been a great help, but we literally took what Bill Evans did and modify it some. I have some open questions myself. One of them is, should we collect a use tax? And this is something I'm not familiar with. It's in there now. My intent is to take that out. I've also wondered if we could make the property tax relief just for residential relief. And Mr. Gates says probably not. We've got to leave the property tax across the board proportional. I've asked Alex Alex told me before that it may take 2 years to put it in place. We're going to modify it a little bit so that if it gets done sooner and they're prepared, it can be in place and go forward. I picked the number 3%. I picked 6 years, and it dies. It'd be long enough to have an impact from what we do, but a way to assure the voters that this isn't in perpetuity and so on. So I'm open to anything to make it better, but if we don't want to address all these problems in the criminal justice system, then vote no on putting on the ballot. And if you don't trust the people, making this choice, well, I suspect anyways, think about how to make this better and how we can make it attractive to voters. There's not a single issue here on the public safety that doesn't need to be addressed. All right. So we're coming up on Christmas, and we're celebrating the birth of a person who has encouraged us all and empowered to be forgiving, to be merciful, to be gracious, and to lay down our lives and sacrifice for one another. And the idea it's a lot more fun to give than to receive. And I just commend to you that whatever you think about Christ and his role in history and time and so on, that meditate on those things that he encouraged all of us to do. 3 quick historical things. On the Western Front in World War I, where the battle lines had been stalemated for literally months, often for years, and people were learning the power of machine guns, barbed wire. On Christmas Eve, on both sides of the line, the troops were in their trenches singing songs, and they realized that they were singing some of the same songs, same tune, and they went out and met in the middle of the no man's land to exchange Christmas greetings. There are darn few messages in the world that'll produce that. And on Christmas Eve, 1776, Washington left Valley Forge, crossed the river to New Jersey, and 2,000 guys escaped from what was going to be death or being prisoners there of the Brits, and that was on Christmas Eve. So the party I happen to belong to is kind of came as a shotgun wet marriage between the old Whig Party and the abolitionists, and both were aghast at one another, but the enthusiasm of the radical abolitionists carried the day, and I think it was 1856. But then in 1860, that group went through an amazing nominating process and ended up nominating Abraham Lincoln. And Lincoln, who very much more politically wise than I ever gave him credit for, appointed several of his opponents to key positions, and including William Seward, who from New York, who everybody thought was going to be the shoe-in, and Lincoln made him Secretary of Interior. Correct me. Secretary of State, yeah. Interesting, he was from Auburn, New York, and my daughter's first journalism job was right across the street from his house, which I visited. And Seward came here in late 1860s and visited in the Southeast. But be that as it may, when the South succeeded, there was only one senator from the South, a Democrat named Johnson. It's not. I keep thinking, oh yeah, Andrew Johnson, and I keep getting mixed up with Andrew Jackson, who is a very different person. So he was the one Southern senator who did not stay with the South and chose to be with the Federals. And 1864, Lincoln nominated him as his vice president. So here was a Southern Democrat that was on the ticket. Remarkable goodwill and political astuteness, I suspect. But Johnson became president when Lincoln was assassinated. Now, scholars have argued, would Reconstruction and the reuniting of the nation been different under Lincoln? Probably. But when the war was over, the Republican North, and probably a bunch of nasty people on the same end of the political spectrum as I am, or imagined to be, they wanted terrible, harsh retributions against the South. Lincoln didn't, and he wanted the troops to go home with a mule and the rifle and so on. But that didn't happen. So then the North, some of them, the hard-nosed ones, wanted terrible reparations, not unlike what the Allies did to the Germans in 1919. And then, of course, in the South, there was a lot of the cabal that had ruled the South for a long time, that they didn't want any Yankee carpetbaggers down there messing with things. So it began a huge battle of what's going to happen. So here's this Democratic senator from Tennessee who's now president, who's faced with all of this. And it was a tough go, but one of the things, the 14th Amendment had been done, but what were they going to do with all the men who had served for the Confederacy and participated in killing 300,000 Northerners? And so on Christmas Eve, 1868, Johnson signed the pardon for all of the Southern soldiers. And so there was another kind of Christmas present of mercy and not holding a grudge that I think of as part of the fruits of the example of the birthday that we're now about to celebrate. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Oh, my turn? No, I just want to I wish everybody happy holidays, and it was a good meeting, Felix. Good job. And that's it. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No. No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
She will not have a good evening. Thank you to everybody. This was quite an intense night. I'm surprised it's not yet 11. We could make it if we need. And I just want to similarly wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. And, it's kind of extraordinary to contemplate how much we've achieved, how much work we've done, how many midnight meetings we've had in the last 2.5 months. It's amazing how much work we've done. So it's credit to everybody on this body. I'm
Don't remind us.
glad to serve with you. And tonight, again, was quite a night. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a good thing we started at 3:30. Otherwise, that clock would have been up there towards the bewitching hour. Anyway, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dyson, thank you for the delightful historical note. Appreciate that. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody. And thank you, Mr. Weddleton, for the signed print and for the jam with the really cute picture of you and Ronnie on it. And thanks, Mr. Chair, for getting us through the last meeting of the decade. And I think that the unanimous vote on the goals bodes very well for us in the new year. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, everybody.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year. And I am just thrilled that we don't have any more committee meetings till the end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Rivera, for insisting on that. So anyway, see you all next year.
Well, actually, AMATS meets on Thursday.
You're all welcome.
So John and I will be there.
It's a big meeting.
Yeah, John doesn't listen to me. And ethics and elections, do you all meet? No? Oh, congratulations. Ms. Alatal.
Happy holidays, everyone. I will see you all next year because I'm leaving the country tomorrow.
Mr. Weddleton.
Well, again, happy holidays to everybody. And Forrest didn't eat all his cookies, so I think they ought to get gone.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
just quick. Sure.
Just also to those of you on the seats on that side of the dais, I want to say thank you and Merry Christmas. And wow, it's over.
Thank you. Quick final note from me before we adjourn. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year to everyone. And no offense intended when I make this statement, but I hope I don't see any of you until the new year. It's been a great year, and really thanks to everyone for all of your fantastic work. Get ready, because come January 6th, we have a meeting with the Anchorage Caucus, and then the 7th, 8th, and 9th, we have town hall after town hall. So Get ready to work, relax, rest, enjoy. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned.